Yeah, and then when we get to the exec compensation bill, so it's pictures of that. It should be.
All students are members and participants in the government.
Yeah, our own GSB. Yeah, walk around. Yeah,
Or excuse affected students. Please wait to be recognized by the chair and be courteous to others. Abbas.
Present.
Agrua. Alexander.
Otherwise, you know.
Baker.
Present.
Enjoy.
Bauer. Lenzoni.
Here.
Black. Reichert.
Here.
Bird. Doherty. Fiesel.
Present.
Fitton. Granazarova. Here. Johnson. Here. Kensler.
Here.
Kearns.
Here.
Nee. Lang. Here. Laudner.
Here.
Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Lund. Merle.
Here.
Nygaard. Osborne.
Here.
Parkinson.
Here.
Peterson. Lindbergh.
Here.
Schulte.
Here.
Snell.
Present.
Turhall.
Here.
Triparthy.
Present.
Voss.
He's here. He's here. There's both guys right here.
Wall.
Present.
Williams. Here. Wolf.
Present.
The minutes were sent out earlier this week. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve those minutes. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes for the last week. Is there any? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes? Okay. UC is recalled. Is there any objection to UC? Minutes are approved. Rules Committee, Speaker Williams.
All right, rules met at 6:10 in the Western office space, like usual. We've been going over Chapter 6 of the bylaws, so if you see any problems there, if you just want to have a good time, you can come down and hang out with us. We go over those. They're actually very interesting. We've been having some really good discussion and debate over the bylaws in the past few weeks, so it's kind of fun. Let's see, in rules, we still have held the temporary policy for exec veto. We're finding the exec veto in our student Oregon planning committee. Those that have written the bills have been informed of this, and so these are hopefully going to come out of rules soon and be discussed a little bit further, so those will be on the floor soon. Let's see. Also, in my legislation packet, I sent out something about amendments. We are hopefully going to try and find a good forum for senators to submit amendments before they come here to the floor. This will be beneficial, I think, for everybody, for the primary author to know what some of the concerns are and maybe kind of clear up a few things before you come to Senate and address amendments that could be addressed before, I guess. And also for everyone to just kind of be prepared and make sure that they have that language written out, and so they can express their concerns for people too. So if anyone has any suggestions on how we should maybe go about that, I'd love to hear that. You can send me an email or catch me in the Western office space down all the time or after the meeting, so let me know. Let's see. Also, it is the MU's 85th anniversary, and so they've been doing a lot of stuff for that, and they're celebrating some pretty cool things around the MU. I figured you want to know about that because we have some GSB senators on the MU board of directors, and we also use the MU quite a lot with our office space. And so it was few senators concerned that we should maybe change the art in the West Student Office space. And so one thing that I suggested, and I thought would be pretty cool, is to have maybe some art for, the Western Office Space actually used to be a barber shop way back in the day, and so maybe some older pictures of that. And so just thought I'd let you know we might actually be doing some art down there. And so we're speaking with Letitia, who's part of the workspace down there as well. Yeah, that's pretty much all I have for you. If you guys have any questions. Okay, cool. Have a good week.
Public Relations Chair Bauer.
All right, we had a fairly short meeting this week. We just finalized the focus group, sending emails out to people to participate. That'll be November 12th. So I will inform everyone after that what came about from that focus group. We're also starting to talk about elections, getting stuff designed for it, ways to get out the vote, if you will. So ways to improve voter turnout, those types of things. So if you have any questions or anything about that, any suggestions, please let me know. Other than that, that pretty much consumed the majority of our meeting. Any questions?
Ad hoc Committee Chair Bauer.
We met on Monday, this past Monday, yeah, Monday, at 4:30. Pretty much just open discussion about the merit for the accounts, those types of things. Nothing really too specific, in depth, or anything like that, so really, there's nothing too specific. Anyone have any questions?
University Affairs Committee Chair Burns.
All right, so we did not meet last night at the safety walk that occurred at 8 o'clock, thanks to Senator Blankenberg for getting that all worked out. But currently, some of the projects that are ongoing, Senator Breitbart has sent in the first draft of a proposal for TFP&M for the sidewalk across from Willow Larch over there. So he's gotten that proposal back with some edits that he needs to make. Be continuing to work on that going forward. Senator Schulte, with the help of some other senators on the committee, has contacted a sample group of organizations, about 10 organizations here on campus, and we'll be attending club meetings and meeting with student leaders to gauge what their issues that they have with the university, with a pretty large focus on event planning, and also open to see what else that they need. But since we didn't meet last night, there's not really a whole lot else to report. I will let Senator Blankenberg give a brief review of how the safety walk went last night.
Thank you to the 5 people who put out a safety walk. It was really successful. Not a whole lot of major safety concerns that I noticed. Just a lot of lights that were out, especially around the design college. Like none of the lights were on over there. So pretty successful safety walk. And look forward to seeing you all at the next one if we do want to get in the spring.
Vice Speaker Snell.
All right, I really don't have much of an update since you already received my email. But before I turned over for questions, I do want to say I inadvertently told you that Campus Town Action Association was putting on the food crawl. It's actually Gabby's Contingency Council, CSA, that is doing that, so I apologize for making that error. That's really all I needed to say for corrections. And then questions. Come on, guys, I sent you 13 pages of stuff. There's got to be one question. Was it that good? Yeah.
The food calls tomorrow.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring that up in announcements, but it is,
If you have any questions about anything I do. Awesome. Great. Thank you.
Oh, Senator Jordan. Comments from the executive branch.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can go in.
Should I go? Okay. I just emailed this out to y'all, so you can check that out. But a little bit shorter this week since my last update came out last Friday, if you'll remember, with my technological issues. My laptop is now fixed thanks to the geniuses in computer services over in Durham, so shout out to IT. Thank you very much. I can't live without this thing, and now I know how much that is actually. So, going right into it, the ISU ambassadors are hosting an open forum next Friday. They've invited a number of state legislators from around the area, as well as members of the Board of Regents. and are starting to hear back from some people, so we will have some people in attendance there. Time and location, TBA, but it will be in the Memorial Union. So that'll be about a week and a half from now, next Friday, November 8th. I really encourage as many of you to attend as possible. As, like I said, I understand that we don't have the time locked down, but I'll be sure to keep you posted. This is a great opportunity to connect with some of the people that really impact things that we do here, really impact our university. The state legislature obviously has a very direct impact through the funding that they provide, and the Board of Regents is the highest level of governance for the university. They're the next step above the president meeting. So those are people that you definitely will want to connect with. As long as I'm on the topic of the ambassadors, they have the first full meeting tonight, and their membership is at 17 right now. So they're developing initiatives for legislative outreach. And also, they're working on a project with the ISU lobbyist, Joe Murphy, working to bring Governor Branstad and Lieutenant Governor Reynolds to campus sometime over the course of this year. The governor visited the University of Iowa last week. If you recall, last year, the governor vetoed 3 buildings that were in the legislative funding package for the universities. He vetoed 1 building on each campus. He vetoed the pharmacy building at the University of Iowa, some building at Northern Iowa, I think it was related to their union, and then a biosciences planning, it was money to plan for a biosciences building on our campus. So when he visited the University of Iowa, the student government leaders at Iowa took him on a tour of their aging and crumbling pharmacy building. Imagine that. So when we get him to come here, we'll definitely show him around some of our more bioscience-y areas, particularly those that are in maybe varying states of disrepair. Just to keep that on his mind. Yeah, we could really use that money. So yeah, that's moving along. I'll keep you posted on that. On Monday, I had a discussion with some SciRide leadership. We talked about potential service improvements for next year. They have some good ideas. Number one, they're going to increase service across the board, obviously, to deal with increased ridership. Ridership so far this year has increased by 19%, which is a significant jump compared to the increase in enrollment was 6 to 7%. So ridership is increasing at a much faster pace. So they're having some challenges reacting to that increase in ridership. So the first thing they're planning to do next year is just add more hours across the board on every route and just move it to where it needs to be. Mostly the red route is seeing some slowdowns. But the other idea that I really supported was adding more service on the green route and the brown route. Those 2 routes are running behind schedule currently, if you have experience with them. And this will also allow the brown route to become synced with, I think it's the red and the blue, so that way you'll be able to transfer to a red or a blue whenever you ride a brown, instead of showing up like 5 minutes after those 2 routes. It sounded good to me. I don't really ride the brown routes too often. So there will also be increased service on the gray route, at least that's being proposed. The gray route to accommodate people who live at the Grove, and then also across the street from the Grove, there will be a new apartment complex opening next fall. They'll have about the same amount of people living in it as a Grove, so the gray route will have to see some increases, hopefully, because this is all dependent on how much money they get to pay for these. And currently, the GSB contribution to SciRide is about 60% of the overall operating cost. The university administration contributes a smaller amount, around 10%, and then the city of Ames covers the remainder. And the other parties involved are interested in seeing the students increase their proportion of how much they contribute, as student ridership is around 90%. So their argument is, well, you ride 90% of SciRide, but you only pay 60%. Well, then I say, no, that's not true. The 10% from the university is student money, and students who live off campus pay property taxes to the city through their rent, and that money is contributed to the city as well. So we'll have conversations about that, but just know that yeah, we'll have conversations, and no problem. Then there's some more updates from some cabinet members, some interesting things going on. Also next week, I'll be meeting with the president and vice president for the graduate student government at the University of Iowa. They're coming to Des Moines, so we'll be able to have a conversation. They have a very interesting idea about a tax credit proposal that would allow graduates from Iowa universities to write off their student loans on state taxes as an incentive to stay in the state after graduation, because they believe that a number of students, because Iowa's student debt consistently ranks in the top 10 in the country, if not the top 5. It wasn't too long ago when we were number 1 in the country, and students need to leave and go to places with higher wages in order to pay off their student loans. So their proposal to the state legislators is let recent Iowa college graduates write off their student loan payments from their state income taxes, and that will provide an incentive for them to stick around, because our population in this state is not getting any younger, and we need something to really keep young and educated workers around. So we'll be discussing that proposal, and if it moves forward, we'll work with the ambassadors, with Joe Murphy, who I mentioned is the ISU lobbyist, and try to get some momentum behind that at the Capitol. So that is the update for now, and I'll yield to any questions.
Senator Johnson.
I was just wondering if there's any talk in thyroid meetings about expanding the Moonlight Express routes at all? I don't know.
That was not discussed this
Okay.
week, so I don't have any more info on that. Okay, thank you.
Finance Director.
First off, you'll notice that this week that you did not receive a memo from me. I'm giving my report right now, and I will send you a memo later. I have not written as of yet. I actually had a SIRIDE meeting earlier today with Senator Merle. So if you'd like to ask Senator Merle or myself questions, Senator Johnson, we both have answers to that one. So with that, finance. This week we met in the back room of the Multicultural Center for our Finance Committee meeting. We saw the priorities for financial legislation bill was sent with no bias by 6 to 0 to 2. There's a debt contract with the Billiards Club, was sent favorably 8 to 0 to 0. And the funding model United Nations bill was sent favorably 7 to 0 to 1. Let's see, other things on the agenda for the upcoming week for finance. I will be meeting with presidents of the college councils who have asked for a meeting to discuss funding for clubs who are voting members of college councils. So that has been something that has been an ongoing discussion, and they are wishing to have a meeting. So I will let you know how that meeting goes. Finance Committee has begun their review of Chapter 11 bylaws, and so sections 11.1 and 11.2 have been addressed by Finance Committee so far. We will continue to work our way through bylaws, line by line. It'll be great fun if you'd like to help us out, or you have any concerns about anything you find in Chapter 11. Don't hesitate to let any Finance Committee senator know. Priorities and criteria will be our next order after we finish Chapter 11. And there will be some big things coming out of finance with regards to the funding revamp that we're looking to do. The goal is to have a complete idea by the end of Thanksgiving break so that we can start bringing other parties that are very important to have feedback from, so student organizations as well as other parts of the administration that work with student organizations, so that we can start getting feedback so that hopefully we can implement a new funding system before we go to regular allocations this year. So I don't have details for you right now on that, and so if you ask me questions for details on the funding system, I don't have them. That is something that we will continue fleshing out in the coming weeks, and I will be pulling more and more people in as we get more and more of a definite idea out of the Finance Committee. So with that, I will yield to any questions, and after I yield to questions, I will give you the account balances.
Senator Fitton.
Dan, do you know if representatives from Trial or Sir Magazine are here this evening?
I do not believe so, but they very well may be here.
Just as a point of information, you did tell them at committee 7:30, correct?
I cannot recall off the top of my head that was last week's meeting, correct?
Okay, so you told them 7:30.
Probably.
All right. I'll yield to Chief Safri.
I just wanted to mention that the mock trial team does plan to be here, I believe. It may not be until 7:30. I plan to be here tonight.
Speak.
Thank you.
Senator Moss.
The mock trial representative is actually seated over there.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Are there any further questions for Finance Director Easton? We'll take those account balances.
Okay, Senate discretionary is at $2,922.62. $2,922.62. Capital projects is $147,000, $777.17. So 147,777.17. Events account, $46,673.24. $46,673.24. And the executive initiative account remains at $1,287.85. $1,287.85. Thank you.
With that, we do have a program here tonight. Carrie from the Salvation Army is here to speak with us, so please close your laptops and give your full attention to her.
It's okay, I understand. Hi, how are you? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pass on a little bit of information here so you guys can follow along. I have no idea how awesome I am. Thank you guys so much for having me today. In particular, I met with David, I think it was earlier this week or late last week. He is our asset liaison to the government student body, and so we had a conversation about the services that the Salvation Army offers, and we thought this might be a good opportunity for me to come and kind of enlighten people about that. Salvation Army's been around a long time. 1865, in fact, is when it started in England. And really what happened was there was a Methodist minister who really went to the streets to not only preach gospel, but to serve the people who needed food, clothing, and things like that, who really weren't getting their needs met. And so that movement obviously came to America, and the Salvation Army has been in Iowa since, I think it's 125 years in Des Moines. Prior to this past May of 2012, the Salvation Army Social Services Program, which is what I'm the director of, we offered services in our Boone office, and then in May of last year we opened an office here. And what we provide is emergency rent and utility assistance. We provide a food pantry, disaster services. We have a representative payee program where we help people with Social Security income manage their money. And probably the main thing that I want to talk about is our Christmas campaign. You see the red kettles at Christmas time, and that is where we get the majority of the operating money that we use throughout the course of the whole fiscal year to provide services that we provide to the community. GSB gives the Salvation Army $1,000 through the asset process. Does everybody know what asset stands for? I'm assuming yes? Maybe? Okay. Analysts of Social Services Evaluation Team. And basically what that is, this team is comprised of Iowa State, the City of Ames, United Way of Story County, and obviously Iowa State, and then DHS is at the table, but they don't contribute money. And so they kind of look at all of the social services that are offered in Story County. We all submit requests for assistance, and then we are awarded money based on that need of what we determine the community needs, okay? And so Iowa State has been generous enough, the government student body has given us $1,000, and what we're using that towards is emergency rent and utility assistance. There could be someone sitting in this room that has come and talked with me because they haven't had money to cover their rent or utilities. So if you look around, there could be someone. You certainly have classmates that this affects. And in general, what we're seeing is people who, their student loans are delayed, and so that means they're delayed in paying their rent, and they're coming to us asking for help. There are other places in the community that do help. However, the biggest problem is they don't help students, and we don't discriminate. We want you to come see us. So I wanted to also talk about the disaster services. This isn't something you probably know that we do. I think in most disasters you see the Red Cross and you hear about the Red Cross. and they actually publicly request funds, whereas the Salvation Army doesn't. Our job is to help the first responders. So Katrina, we were helping the firemen and people, those people going in to rescue others. 9/11, they were on the ground pretty much immediately after the towers went down. So it's important to understand that we're there doing that piece of our work, and that takes volunteers and support. A couple other things I wanted to also mention that we offer here in town is that we are an Iowa Workforce Access Point. That means we have computers that you can look for jobs if you would like to do that. It's hooked right into the Iowa Workforce Development website. And then we're also connected with Project Iowa, which is another work initiative. Volunteering is really the big thing that I'm here to talk about. There's this second pamphlet here that talks about the things that we're looking for volunteers for. What I think is important to understand is that there's a difference between volunteering and the service learning. When we have volunteers that help us out for long periods of time, not necessarily a short-term event like a Christmas, or maybe there is a one day where I may need somebody to come in and help, but long-term volunteering requires background check. It's an application process and background checks. And that can take up to 2 weeks. We do criminal background checks, and then we do sex offender and child abuse registries background checks. And so for people coming in wanting to do service learning projects, it makes it very difficult because your time frame is typically not what fits into our application process. So when you think about that, think about it thoughtfully. And if it's something that in your class that you're required to do, you might want to start thinking about that process very quickly into what you want your project to be. Because if you're coming to one of us, it's going to take us a little time to get you on board. I wanted to talk about also some statistics. Let me go back to talking about the emergency rent and utilities. I wanted to let you know that we've used $346.13, and that has helped with rent and utilities. And we have actually also helped some of your fellow classmates at our food pantry as well. We've helped 2 of them this month already. I anticipate those numbers to go up, especially with changing in the food stamps. People's food stamps are going down, which means they may need more food. I wanted to also mention, as far as volunteering, we have had, since May of last year, we've had 12 interviews through the Volunteer Center of Story County of people who are students here at Iowa State. And last year we did have a group from the Agriculture College that assisted us at Christmas time. I've interviewed one person who filled out an application but then never followed up with me, so I don't know really what happened with her. We also attended the volunteer fair in September, and maybe some of you stopped by, or I'm hoping everyone here dropped through there to kind of take a look at what volunteer opportunities there are. We did have a lot of people stop. We've sent out a lot of emails, and we didn't really get a very good response. People's lives are busy. You have things going on, and I understand that. The main thing that we're looking for now are bell ringers. I alluded to the fact that this is the big part of our campaign, is the red kettles. We have about 5,000 hours of bell ringing hours that we have to fill in this county. We have 11 kettles out in various locations, and it takes people to man them. We did have, I had contact with a gentleman who was from Friley Hall, and so meeker men and meeker women are taking one of our sites for the full day. That's 12 hours. And that's huge because we don't have to pay somebody to stand there and ring the bells then. So if anybody is interested, I would love to have you either go online, I have a card, ringames.org, or you can always call the Salvation Army and we can help you out and answer questions. I think that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Senator Parkinson.
Hey, good. Thanks for coming out tonight. How many volunteers do you have right now that are students?
None.
How many, do you have any registered for, yes, so out of 32,000, that's kind of amazing, actually, for Iowa State students. But how many for the Red Kettle?
The Red Kettle, I'm not certain how many people Friley, I don't know how many they're bringing. So that would be one day at 2 kettle spots for 12 hours. That's the one, that is it. I went back and looked today actually, and that is the only volunteer. Yeah.
Vice Speaker.
Sure, thanks for coming out this evening.
You're welcome.
Glad to have you. In the few years I've been on GSB, I think this might be the first time I've seen somebody from your organization, so welcome.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Yes.
Have you seen, I'm just curious, have you seen a decline in the amount of donations that are given every Christmas for the Red Kettle campaign?
Excuse me. Well, we've been in Ames for 1 year. We've been here physically for 1 year. And last year during our Red Kettle campaign, we were able to get 80,000 approximately. Our goal is 150 this year because we are actually known in the community now. Just to dispel the myth, we're not a thrift store. So you won't be able to find stuff or popping tags or whatever that song says. It's kind of a fun song. Anyway, yeah, oh yeah, that's right, that's tonight, isn't it? Why are you people here? I'm awesome. So yeah, we're not the thrift store, but we see a lot of clothes donations. As you know, interestingly, we had somebody walk in the door and write us a $100 check the other day for the food pantry. And we have some people who send us maybe $5. So the donations, I don't think that it's, I don't really have a basis to go on because we've actually been here 1 year. So we'll see what happens based from last year's numbers to this year.
Okay, thank you so much.
Speaker Williams.
Carrie, thank you so much for coming out here. We actually had a presentation from Melissa Munch about assets, and we were going through our priorities. And so the food pantry, we made sure is a priority, and so it's really nice to see where some of that money from asset is going to, and kind of
Does anybody want any of the ring? Okay, all right, I'll pass one around.
please pass those around.
One other thing that I might add that has nothing to do with the Salvation Army. I'm the president of the Legal Aid of Story County Board of Directors, and I think it's important to know that Legal Aid also serves students. And I'm not sure that the students I'm not sure that, I wonder if that would be somebody else to have Tara, the director, come and speak with you, because I think it's an important word to get out, that we're there to help. So sorry to segue into something that has nothing to do with it.
I was wondering, but since you guys have been here for a year physically, you probably don't know the answers, but have you been in partnership with someone? We have some student groups that's almost their whole objective is to get volunteers of students and to have them go out and volunteer. Are you in like partnership with any of those organizations, like Circle K, if you know them, or SciServe, 10,000 Hours?
I did talk with Ben Jacobson from SciServe the day that the volunteer fair took place. What a delightful person, and he really seems motivated to sort of get that whole thing on track. We invited them to a volunteer meeting that we're doing once a month. It's DOVIA. I don't know what it stands for. I can't remember. It's a volunteer leaders group of some sort. So I've talked with him, and he's starting to be, you know, somebody from SciServe came to the last meeting, and I don't remember his name. It wasn't Ben, but.
So if I got you in contact with maybe some of those student groups, would that be something?
That'd be great. In particular with the bell ringing. One of the things that I posed to a lot of the people that stopped by is competitions of floors or groups or, you know, sorority versus fraternity or something. And we'll actually count the kettles and we'll give you a prize. We'll do something. You know, we want to encourage people to come out and have fun. You can sing and dance and all that stuff, as long as it's appropriate.
Are there any further questions for Karen? Thank you so much for coming out tonight.
Yep, thanks for having me. See you tomorrow.
Okay, we're now in open forum, time for open discussion for issues relevant to students. Senator Pittman.
I move to amend the agenda and put mock trial and certain reading of general orders.
That's been moved and seconded to put mock trial and funding surveying at the beginning of general orders. I was going to say the motion is table, and that being said, a question has to be called before you can vote on it, and it takes a 2/3 vote to change the agenda. Just so everyone knows. We're still on that motion. So, put your plaque, like, have your plaque up if you want to talk about what you want to amend the agenda, not. Speaker Williams.
If I may direct a question to Senator Kennedy. Can you tell me if these are time-sensitive issues and why you like them to general orders?
Jay, you guys just headed to Minneapolis this week, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Sir Magazine,
They need to do it.
is that necessary?
So
And it is also, well, I'll ask you that. Is this President
If these bills have been first read, then no? Okay. I don't know, I think some rules guru can answer this, but moving them from new business to general orders, I don't believe that automatically waives the first read requirement, so I don't really know what this change is. I'll yield to Senator Pitt.
it would make them wait for the 4 hours we're gonna take on those 4 bills there.
Oh, so you're doing it to the front of, the top of general orders?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Mr. Address, I yield.
You may.
The number of Sir Amazing present, we have told them, I believe we told them 7:30, so if not, we just stay with the minutes. All right.
Senator Ross.
Oh, yes, may I address a question to Senator Fenton?
You may.
When the Representative Sir Magazine came and told you that they needed, was it to start printing now? They needed us to pass a bill to start printing, or what is the reasoning for jumping? I know, yeah, he asked that question, but I want a more definite answer.
That is something that we will be able to explain.
Okay. Well, until I see the group here to explain that, I see no reason to move funding Sir Magazine. I do see funding mock trial. Let's see, do I have to, is there a question? Oh, I'm gonna see if I was gonna split the, who are you pointing at?
I moved to split the question. Dan.
Yeah, oh,
Senator Ross, you still.
yeah, thank you. I see Finance Director Radisky has talked about it.
Do you?
I do so.
Finance Director Radisky.
I will double check to see whether the group is coming this evening, but in the meantime, considering it's moving it in front of solely things that are with people who are present in the room, because all of general orders is, if I'm reading it correctly from here, all internal, then moving it and then tabling it would have no detrimental effect on the meeting, but not moving it and then not ever shifting that position would then make this a reported 5-hour wait, depending on how long you guys discuss those bills. So I think doing it is a wise decision, and then if you have to table it, move on. But that's just for sake of expediency. So I'll yield.
Senator Platenberg.
Question?
Question has been called and seconded. We'll now
Object.
move in voting. UC is called and is objected, so we will have a placard vote. If you would like to move these to the top of general orders, please raise your placard high now for yes. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By a vote of 27 to 0, these two bills will be moved to the top of general orders. Okay, still an open forum. Gentlemen at the podium, best speakers now.
Thank you. The reason I'm standing here is because we actually have rules regarding our conduct at open forum. We are obviously allowed to speak on any issue that we want, but the appropriate way to do it per the bylaws is to come here to the podium and introduce yourself. I am Barry Snell. I am a senior citizen, double degree in history and political science. And after you have that out of the way, then you can launch in your spiel. Now, I wanted to quickly remind everybody that I think we all are aware of the fact that we are looking at potential for a long meeting. And there's at least one, maybe two, depending on your outlook, bills that may be rather contentious. With that in mind, just want to remind everybody that we are all colleagues here. We are friends outside of here. And when the gavel goes down at 7, we become colleagues. And when the gavel goes down, when we adjourn, we are friends again. So no matter what happens this evening, just remember that we are to be professional and courteous to one another. And I would like to see a lot of debate on at least the executive compensation bill, if not the financial legislation one. So I want to hear everybody's opinion on those, because those are big. The executive compensation one is huge as far as an enactment of the GSB Senate goes. So let's make it a good and healthy and polite and respectful debate. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Seeing nothing else for open forum, we'll go ahead and move into general orders. First up, Senate Bill 2013-2-051F, funding mock trial.
Senate Bill 2013-2-052F, funding mock trial, moves to consider as read.
Second.
And at this time, I will move to a second reading.
It has been moved and seconded to waive second reading. UC has been called. Is there any objection, UC? Second read is waived.
We have a member of the group present. Jay, if you'd like to speak up to the bus a little bit.
Hello, my name is Jay Achenbach. I'm the president of ISU Mock Trial. Basically, what our club is, it's a competitive speech activity where we're given a fictional legal case, which we work on throughout the year. We prepare for both sides of it, prosecution and defense. And we go to different tournaments in the Midwest, presenting and arguing that case against other teams at those tournaments. The reason that, the reason for us requesting this bill today is that when we went through regular allocations in the spring, our club had gone through just some different unrelated occurrences that led to some members of the club either having to drop out or becoming ineligible. So at the time of regular allocations, we were at 5 members. And typically at the beginning of the season, we have anywhere between 12 and 20 members. We were told that they couldn't give us money based off prospective numbers. So we were given money for assuming we had 5 competing members. Basically what that meant for us was instead of being given money for a 15-passenger van and registration for 2 teams, we were given some money for 1 team and a 7-passenger van. At the beginning of this year, we had 13 total members. We are currently at 12, which requires registering and competing as 2 separate teams, as well as taking a 15-passenger van competitions. So, with that, I guess I yield to questions.
Okay, we're on discussion of the bill as a whole, and our speaker is here for questions, if you have any. Senator Doherty.
May I just question speak?
You may.
So essentially what happened, just to sum it all up, you had 5 members, you didn't know how to you got more than you expected, and that has changed the game on your traffic.
Basically, yes.
That sounds like a decent reason to me. Let's vote in favor of this, and I urge you yes votes. Yep.
Senator Schulte.
May I address the speaker?
You may.
So you said that you have 12 members right now actively competing, right?
Yes.
That requires 2 teams.
Yes.
So if you had 11 members, would you still be able to compete as 2 teams? Or like at what point are you not able to compete as 2 teams?
It's a weird situation with 11 specifically. The mock trial rules basically say you can have between 6 to 10 people on a team. If we found ourselves in a situation with 11, we would have to address that as the case came.
So do you see your numbers changing at all, or are those pretty stable, do you think?
They're generally pretty stable. It depends a lot of times on the group that we have. Some years there are people who are more into it than others, and some people don't feel like committing to it very much, so they feel like dropping out. But I can honestly say I have a fair amount of confidence in the members that we do have on our team right now.
Thank you.
Speaker Williams.
All right, at this time, I'd like to propose the Finance Committee memo, and it is stated that it's funding the difference between the 15-passenger van and the bill is as such. Okay, I'd like to kind of see the difference here. I don't know, do you want me to go through it? Do you guys want me to go through this? It's cutting actually quite a lot. But it's for every single travel is basically been cut. Alright, let's see. Alright, well, okay, so for the Cornhusker Challenge travel, it's gone from $73.66 to $15 essentially. For McAllister, it's gone from $62 to $21.95. For the second McAllister one, it's gone from $62 to $21.95. For the Lawrence travel, it's gone from $105 to $18, or essentially $19, and so on. I can do that, but if a member of finance committee would like to explain that as well, that might be helpful. So,
Jay, first and foremost, you've seen these changes, correct? Did you get my email?
Yes.
Sounds good. To explain to the Senate real quick, when they came for regulars in the spring, we funded for a 5 to 7 passenger van because it didn't have the members necessary to warrant a 50 passenger van. So this is funding the difference between what we already gave them for that 5 to 7 passenger, and I think it's 10 cents a mile, so per mile, dividing that, and then just giving that
Pretty standard procedure to fund something of this nature. It was sent favorably by finance. I'm going to call in questions though.
Second. Question has been called and seconded. Let me get my voting sheet. Vote yes if you want to pass the bill, no if you don't want to fund mock trial for this, and abstain if you have bias for some reason, or don't want to vote. Abbas.
Abstain.
Agruwa. Baker.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Yes.
Black. Yes. Breitbart.
Yes.
Birch. Yes. Doherty.
Yes.
Deschus.
Yes.
Piesek.
Yes.
Fitton.
Yes.
Granadrova. Yes. Johnson.
Yes.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Yes.
Me.
Yes.
Lang.
Yes.
Lautner.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Nygaard. Yes. Osborne.
Yes.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plantenberg.
Yes.
Schulte.
Yes.
Snell.
Yes.
Turhall.
Yes.
Triparty.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Wall.
Yes.
Williams. Yes. Wolf.
Yes.
By a vote of 34 to 0 to 1, this passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-051F, funding certain magazine.
Title, Funding Stir Magazine. At this time, I'll move to the bill on the table.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to lay this bill on the table. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, motion passes. The bill is now on the table. We'll move on to Senate Bill 2013-2-047F, transferring funds to the investment account.
Title, transferring funds to the investment account. At this time, I move to postpone this bill indefinitely.
Been moved and seconded to postpone this bill indefinitely. This is a debatable motion, just so you're all aware. Senator Kensler.
Yes. Finance committee's program that it should not be voted on for the rest of the session.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
That is the purview of the author. I don't know if this came out with the official recommendation of the finance.
May I address Finance Director Radisky?
Yes, you may.
Finance Director Radisky, is it your, I guess, purview that we don't transfer this money this session? I think that's up to the Senate in the end, but as last week we tabled the bill for 1 week so that I could do investigation into whether we met our obligation with the Vice President for Student Affairs Office, and I've not reached the bottom of that yet. And so I think the intent is to table it indefinitely so that you could vote on it when I figured that out, instead of tabling it every week until I figure it out. So I think that is the intent of the motion maybe, and not so much to just not ever vote on it.
Okay. That being said, unless I'm wrong, the motion goes on definitely once it's done.
It kills it for this section.
Yeah, so with that in mind, I guess I'd be against this just based off of what Finance Director Radisky said. I'd almost be in favor of sending it back to Finance Committee and then they can hold on to it until they see fit. So I look forward to no vote.
For your information, Chair.
Yes.
Is this motion amendable?
I would have
Second.
Okay, I withdraw my word.
Senator Finch.
I laid this motion on the floor because postponing indefinitely would not allow this specific bill to come on the floor again during the session. The bill that I intend to write with the direction of the finance director will look different than this in amount, first and foremost, but also I anticipate content. So we could amend it when the time comes, or we could just do away with this bill. It doesn't really matter. I just think it's worth arguing about right now. So that would be
Senator Moss.
I still agree with Senator Snell on voting no, we make proper motions. And with that, I will yield, or I will call a question.
Second. Question has been called and seconded. UC has been called and objected to a vote. If you would like to postpone this indefinitely, you will put the placard up for yes. If you do not want to postpone this bill indefinitely, you'll put your placard up for no, and you can abstain as well. So placards up for yes. Sorry, keep them up. Okay, placards down. Placards up for no. Placards down. Placards up for abstentions. By majority, this motion fails. Senator Fitton. It's been moved and seconded to refer to Finance Committee. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Seeing none, motion carries, and the bill is referred to Finance Committee. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-026F, eliminating executive compensation.
I will go ahead and read it. Alright, whereas discussion of student fees being used to pay for executive scholarships has created much debate in the past, and whereas opinions range from offering no scholarship at all to leaving it the way it is, and whereas circumstances in the government, the student body, GSB funding have changed significantly since the policy was last amended. Be therefore enacted that bylaw 14.1.1 be changed to state the president shall be offered a full tuition remission, hereafter called scholarship, and include mandatory assessed fees. And be it further enacted that bylaw 14.1.2 be changed to state the finance director shall be offered scholarship and included mandatory assessed fees. And be it further enacted that bylaw 14.1.3 be changed to state the vice president shall be offered half of scholarship and included mandatory assessed fees. And be it further enacted that bylaw 14.4 be eliminated. Be it further enacted that the word compensation be taken out of bylaws 14.5 and 14.7. And be it further enacted that chapter 14 of the GSB bylaws be renamed executive scholarship. And be it further enacted that these changes take place at the beginning of the 2014-1 session. Just to speak on the bill a little bit before we move into debate. I know some of you are new to GSB, but this was read a couple months ago or so. This is just touching the room and board portion of what the executives get paid, not the scholarships. So I think that's a very important distinction. This is just talking about the room and board part, not the tuition and fees that they will still get paid even if this passes. With that, I guess there should be lengthy debate, so let's get to it.
Senator Benzoni.
I move to suspend the rules to remove time limits on the total length of the big bill.
Second.
It has been moved and suspend the rules, you'll put your placard up for no. You can abstain as well if you'd like. So, placard's up for yes, you'd like to suspend the rules regarding time. Oh. Your hand is now placard. Down. Placard's up for no. Down. Placard's up for abstentions. By a lack of 2/3, this motion fails. We're back on discussion of the bill as a whole. As a piece of information to share to the Senate. On my watch, we started this bill at 7:59. We have 45 minutes, and so you have until 8:44. So you can keep track of that. That, President Hughes.
We have a handful of students here that are interested in speaking on behalf of themselves on this bill. So I guess, I don't really know if this is cool, but I think they should get the chance to speak early since they don't, some of them have other commitments. So I guess I'll just yield and then let you take it from there.
Excellent. When you get to the podium, please just say your name so that we can properly record it in our minutes.
All right, my name is Caitlin Dalkey. I am an engineering student, and I am currently president of Engineering Student Council, but I'm here speaking on behalf of myself as a student of Iowa State and as a someone who is represented, on this GSB council. I've been involved in a lot of things at Iowa State. I'm an engineering student. I'm very busy with classes, 15 credit hours, that doesn't mean 15 hours and nothing else, as many of you in other majors also know. And I've held 20 hours a week of jobs throughout my year to pay for college. And I've also held many leadership positions. I've been on Engineering Student Council for 3 years. I was Vice President of Finance for 2 years, and I am President this semester. We do not receive any compensation for anything we do. We get no parking spaces, we get no tuition help, we get no anything. We do this because of the passion that we have for whatever we are involved in, different clubs, different things like that. I've been involved with other events as well, and I've put in, 40-hour weeks for those things because I am passionate about it, and I don't receive any compensation. And as I'm sure that the other people here to speak as well will all say the same things. There's a big difference when you say, do you want to do this because it's something that you love, or do you want to do this because it's something that you love and you get this awesome scholarship and stipend and don't have to pay to go to school? That's a whole nother, if someone asked me, hey, do you want to run for Engineering Student Council? I'd be like, yeah, because I love it. And if they ask, the engineering student body, hey, do you want to run for Engineering Student Council and get paid to do it? We would have many, many more applicants that would do that. I know it came as a shock to a lot of people last year when it came out that that there were these scholarships and stipends that were provided to President, Vice President, and Finance Director of GSB. It is something that I've actually been aware of longer than last year. I found out the year before. I don't remember how, but I had heard about it through some way, shape, or something. I heard about it, but I was like, holy cow, how do I know that the GSB President, Vice President, and Finance Director aren't in it for the money? And I'm not saying that these guys aren't, and I'm not saying that people in the past haven't been, but I'm saying that's a huge, for me, I'm like, I don't know that they're doing this because they want to. I don't know that they're just, hey, I need to pay for college and I don't really want to get a job, and so I'm going to do this instead. I know that it is a lot of work, and I'm on a council and I represent, a couple thousand students, and you guys represent the whole university. But at the same time, you guys are putting in, I don't know how many hours a week, but I know some of these senators from the College of Engineering have put in, hours, I'm sure, above and beyond what they are required to do, and they don't get compensated for that. They take time where they could be having a job, where they could be doing extra studying to do their job. And personally, I don't think that it's right to say, our leaders should, not be in charge of time management like everyone else, where they might have to get a job to help support themselves. There are so many other students on campus who put in hours upon hours upon hours into their leadership roles because they have passion And that's the only reason that they do it. And here, clearly you have to have passion. I understand that it is a lot of work, but at the same time, with that added thing, you know, it's something that I consider. I was like, maybe I should run. Maybe, like, wouldn't that be great if I didn't have to pay? Like, I'm an out-of-state student. Like, that would be great. I haven't been on GSB before, but it was something like, when I was a sophomore and I found out about this, I was like, huh, maybe that's, and like, that's not the right idea to have. You want to say, I want to run for GSB president or vice president or finance director because that's awesome and that's what I want to do. And I just think, you know, eliminating some of that and taking some of that and giving it back to the clubs on campus, you know, some of my fee money is going to pay students to do this. And I'm like, if I would want to be GSB president or vice president or finance director, I would hope that I would just want to do it because I want to and not because of the extra perks that it brings. So that's what I have to say about that.
Thanks, David. Is there anyone else in the gallery who'd like to go ahead?
Hello, I'm Austin Dorenkamp. I'm a junior in computer engineering here at Iowa State, and so I'm speaking just on behalf of myself. And so just a couple points I want to mention is I think, first off, to acknowledge the work and the effort that GSB puts in, and especially the president, vice president, and finance positions do require a lot of work, probably some of the most work out of all student leadership positions here on campus. But I do think that with the increase in responsibility and work that each position brings, it has its own rewards that aren't financial. And so if you're the president of a college council, you get to interact with the college council leadership. And so that is your reward. You get to network, you get to plan events. And so the same thing with GSB, when you're the president of GSB or whatnot, you do have more responsibility and you definitely have more work than maybe the president of college council. But at the same time, you do have more networking and the events you put on do reach a larger impact. And so within that, I think there's a lot of reward for these positions that don't necessarily need finances to help supplement that. And so another thing to mention is that I think that, many student leadership positions, and especially government and the student body, the goal is to serve students. And so when we don't put students first, then we're kind of failing our mission. And so I think you guys are doing an excellent job. But I would encourage you to think about, with the increase in students that we have, there's more and more students on campus participating in club activities. And with more students in clubs, clubs have more funding needs. And so if there's any way to increase the amount of money that's available for students, for clubs, I think that's a net positive and really helps serve your audience. And so as a part of that, I think that an easy resource to draw at least some from is from these executive compensation packages. And so I think that, in light of the goal of serving students and the increased number of students, that this would be very beneficial to the student population to remove money from the executive packages, because this won't hurt other students. It'll just bring more money in to serve all of them. So, thank you.
Senator Doherty. Senator Fitton.
In the Anarchisty style, I'm going to start off this discussion a little bit with a few questions. These are the questions that I considered and I think are most important for having this debate. I hope they're fully answered, and they will definitely influence the way I vote on this vote. Why do we have scholarships and compensation for the executives? And who does this compensation serve? Why is this bill about scholarship and not about room and board? Or excuse me, why is this about room and board and not a scholarship? Will the removal of the compensation influence participation or change who the executives are? And what statements are we making about the money we're spending and its relation to GSB with the use of this money? Thank you.
Senator Benzoni. Senator Doherty.
Yes. If I may address a question to the president of GSB.
You may.
Mr. President, I was wondering, I remember your campaign spoke a lot about these particular issues on executive scholarships and compensation. I was just wondering, what led you to the opinion you held during your campaign about the scholarships and compensation, and if that still holds to this point? Can you remind everybody what your platform is?
Sure, that's a great question. To give a little context background, since we do have some people who are more fresh than before, this was a pretty big issue in the last GSB campaign in the spring, and our campaign focused on this issue with the intent of removing the full executive compensation package. So currently, the president and finance director are offered a full tuition scholarship at either the in-state or the out-of-state rate, depending on their residency status, as well as a monthly stipend paid out. It's intended to be room and board. The idea is that it's offered at the rate of a standard residence hall room and the standard meal plan, paid monthly in monthly installments, but there's really no guideline to ensure that that money is used for that purpose, as it's paid as if you were an ISU employee. So if you're familiar with the payroll system on Access Plus, that's where that paycheck were to come in straight to your bank account. So actually, Caitlin and Austin really covered kind of the exact reason why I felt the way that I did during the campaign. And after having been here and really feeling that way, feeling like we shouldn't be spending this money on ourselves, I still do feel that way. But I think this bill right now, to kind of answer Senator Fitton's question, at some point we need to come to a compromise. It was highly contentious. We can make a positive step forward today. I do believe that. But even now, after the campaign, after the election, when I'm in the West Student Office space, or FDR's there, Vice President Clutcher, someone else, we're down there doing our job, I see a person like Nick Morton, who's the general co-chair of VSHA, or someone like Jessica Pierce, who's general co-director of Dance Marathon, spending their whole day in the West Student Office space. I see them all the time. They're in there working for their organization, working to improve the student experience on behalf of their organization, working to make a positive impact on Iowa State. And they don't see a dime of student fee dollars for doing that. As a matter of fact, those students actually pay a little extra so that the 3 positions in GSB have the opportunity to pay nothing. And it truly is nothing. If a student were to be out of state and were to be elected president or nominated as a finance director, they'd be eligible for that full tuition scholarship for out of state, as well as that monthly stipend. And that total amount for this current fiscal year was almost $35,000. So we're talking about the equivalent of basically full paycheck for a student organization leadership position. Something about that is just inherently wrong. When this organization exists to serve the students of Iowa State, that's why we're here. We're here for service to students. But instead, we're taking this pretty large chunk of money right off the top of the activity fee and spending on ourselves. And that's why I was proud last year when Vice President Clutcher and myself declined that compensation for the fall and spring semesters. That money was used to help balance the budget in regulars. So that money is helping student organizations right now, and in the future, if we were to pass this, the same thing would occur.
Okay, and if I may, and I hope this doesn't offend anybody, but if I may address a question to the finance director.
You may.
Not to bring up any old feelings, but you ran as well on the opposite platform, and I would like to hear your reasoning still stands today, and what was the basis for your reasoning if you are comfortable. Explain.
As a personal privilege, Dan, can you take the record, please?
I was planning on actually speaking a little bit, so if you don't mind, I was actually going to finish composing my thoughts before going at the whole issue. Because I think it is a large issue that needs adequately addressed.
As for my remarks, I am a swimboat. Being an out-of-state student, this became very lucrative to me when I found out about it. I kind of started getting the house of cards mindset. So it was lucrative, but at the same time, it does kind of scare me because money is a powerful tool. And if we're going to get somebody in these positions, it is an important position. We want them to do their jobs. We want to make sure that they are funded and able to do the job. It's hard to be in this position without something, because it's a lot of work. It is a full-time job, and that requires some sort of compensation, in my opinion. But we got to find out where the line is drawn between passion for the job and just wanting to do the job for the fiscal stuff. Thank you.
All right, so I only have one basic point that I wanted to make. And that's essentially that volunteering is a luxury that not everyone has. You won't find nearly the proportion of people who have a full-time job, a full-time student, a dependent, no significant scholarships represented, and the proportion that there are in the general student population in these clubs, and especially in the and especially on GSB, particularly on GSB, and I think that's an issue that we could be dealing with now, but that the current executive compensation can really help with. However, disproportionately, the fact that disproportionate effects is a main concern to me. However, I do believe that this does need to be curtailed because there is, it's silly essentially for someone like me who with a full tuition scholarship and no dependents, no major money concerns to have full-time or to have what is essentially a full rad scholarship. So I think we need to reform the current piece of legislation to be based on need rather than just giving it a blanket mandate for the president or the executive to get their
President, please.
Thank you. As many of you may have seen, I just distributed a piece of with some numbers on it around. So I'll give you a little bit of background on that. A few weeks ago, I was contacted by Avery Staples. Her name's at the top of the front of the page. She's with the University of Texas Student Government, and they were doing a study on executive compensation at the Big 12 student governments. So I provided information on behalf of Iowa State to her. And then last week, when this bill came up again, I realized that that information could be beneficial for the Senate to have when debating this. So I contacted her and asked her if she would share with me the results of her study. And that's what's on this piece of paper here. So as you can see, these are our peer student governments. These are the student governments we work with the most closely, no question about it. And you see at the top, Baylor and Kansas State, they both offer scholarships. Interesting, the Kansas State is at the in-state rate regardless of residency. Baylor is a private school, so they don't have tuition varying on residency, so that's just a full scholarship. Then as you look down, Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, and turning the page over, Texas and West Virginia offer stipends at varying levels. If you look at the bottom of the sheet, you'll also see that Kansas and TCU offer stipends at some level. They didn't volunteer that information, but I am aware that the Kansas stipend level is roughly equivalent to Oklahoma. It's pretty close. So then if you look at the Iowa State number here, I think the interesting piece of information is that every student government provides some level of compensation to its top executives, be that scholarships or stipends. But Iowa State is unique in that we offer both scholarships and stipends to our executives. And as a matter of fact, our scholarship is the highest of any scholarship, and our stipend is the highest of any stipend. So we would be the highest regardless of which route we took, but we're choosing to take both anyway. So looking at it through that lens, I don't see how, I find it very difficult to see the argument that our compensation is not excessive when compared against our peers. Senator Benzoni brought up the point that this should be needs tested, and that's a conversation we've had for a long time, but I would just note that if in this proposal, and as it currently stands now, with the scholarship, that money is provided from GSB directly to the Treasurer's office in Beardshire. So any scholarship money that a student already has, they cannot receive beyond the estimated cost of attendance. So for example, if a student has a full ride scholarship from another source, they wouldn't be able to take this money from GSB beyond the estimated cost of attendance. So in that sense, it's somewhat needs tested. If a student already has their need met from another scholarship, they're not able to receive that money. And that's the case how it stands currently as well. So I think that addresses that point a little bit. I just wanted to provide these numbers to you. I'll give you the little caveat that no, I have not double-checked these numbers myself. They were provided to me from Avery Staples, but no, I have not edited these numbers in any way. So this is directly the result of her own study. The Iowa State numbers were compiled by me, and I'd be happy to share with you how I did that if you're interested in hearing that number. But I just think it's interesting that when other schools provide either scholarships or stipends, we provide both the highest scholarship and the highest stipend. So I will yield on that.
Senator Kessler.
So, just so I can address a couple of questions that Senator Dick brought up. One of them was blight compensation, not scholarship. That's kind of twofold. The first being, obviously, if you're going to not pass the compensation, there's no way you're going to yank a large amount of funding away from the executives. So that was the first reason. The second reason is compensation is a very unique thing, especially for our compensation, and that is the fact that every other form of funding GSB provides, there's a lengthy paper trail. For compensation, that's not the case. It is given to them, it goes into their bank account. Hypothetically speaking, if somebody were living on or in Ames at their parents' house, they would still be making money off GSB's dime, while they would not have any, I guess, room and board bills or anything like that. So I've always found it just a little bit strange that for the compensation part of the scholarship, there's very, very, very little accountability. I think that's something that GSB traditionally has always had, except for in this aspect. Another question Senator Pitt brought up was, will this detract from the type of people who run and the turnout of the elections? I don't believe so. It wasn't that long ago, or like the President said, if you look at our peer institutions, they get a lot less. And from my discussions with Election Commissioner Gunther, while he was trying to do a study and see how other Big 12 universities do on their government student body elections, their turnouts are much, much higher. Much higher. And I think, if I remember correctly, he even said it was up in the 20s, 30s, and maybe even 40%. And ours last year, I know, was single digits. What was it, 4? 8? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, there's a pretty stark difference. So, if anything, we can see that the money's not the big deal for the people who run for these types of positions. If anything, the evidence shows that it's the other way around, that it's more competitive. So, I think you should just keep that in mind all year from now.
So I'm going to rise to talk a little bit about the question that was directed to me earlier, based on my stance during the election, and also my stance historically. So as most of you know, I took the unpopular stance during the election, and I was not in favor of cutting the GSB compensation package, as it's been referred to. I guess, first off, I'd like to note that I kind of almost, calling it a stipend is not exactly how it's written in the bylaws. Yes, it looks like a stipend because it is paid in a monthly setup. That is because it is determined to be paid in the university fashion. That is in the bylaws. So it gets paid that way. In fact, for historical preference, I actually did have to pay my room and board before I got full compensation for room and board. So I am being currently paid for living in a double room, which I do not live in. I do not live in the cheapest housing on campus currently. So I had to pay on top of that, which is fine with me. But at the same time, it doesn't work out that you suddenly have all of the money at the beginning of the year. That's just not the way it works. So that being said, my stance historically is that I get the approach that's saying that student leaders on campus do a lot of work, and I agree with that. We have great student leaders at Iowa State. I think that the student leadership of GSB is a little bit of a different focus. I think the student leadership of GSB needs to be focused on not only their organization, but every organization at Iowa State. I could not tell you the number of clubs that have reached out to me that look for funding, that look for resources. Heck, I've talked to individual students who are looking for conference funding, and we don't do individual conference funding, but I still answer their emails and send them emails pointing them in the right directions. I look up links. I do my best to help people through whatever it is that they do here, and I think that's my job. But that being said, those things aren't written in the bylaws. Those aren't any of the 52 occurrences in the bylaws of finance director. And frankly, I live my life a little bit differently than an average student. There's a little bit more scrutiny on my day-to-day life. If I make a mistake, I don't know if you know how the thing works at Iowa State, but if there was some expenditure that was not through the system correctly, and say our advisor didn't approve of it, or there was no receipt for it, or whatever the case might be, it goes on my email. Now that's okay, fine and dandy if you're a club who's making a purchase of $20. It's a little bit different when, historically speaking, there have been people who've walked away with multiple thousands of dollars from my position or another position in GSB with multiple thousands of dollars of things placed on the U-Bill because there was not the proper paper trail done. Also, there's a little bit more scrutiny in my day-to-day life because if I make a mistake, it usually gets written in the daily. That is not so much true in every other position. And so not only do I spend anywhere from 20 to 40 to 50 hours a week in the office, I often actually am required to be available during business hours. So I check email during class. I'm losing points in some classes because I keep having meetings scheduled during them. And I'm required to be in class, but I also need to go to these meetings. So when it comes down to it, living as finance director is not exactly the same as a student leader in the same respect. I've served as a student leader on campus in other organizations, and we schedule around classes. But when you meet with the administration, you get a meeting when you get a meeting. You go to the meeting because it's not just you that's there. And so that's been a lot of why I've opposed the compensation, is because I'm living more as a finance director than I am as a student right now. There is a drastic difference between the way I live my life now than I did before I was finance director. And when it comes down to it, I believe I've heard at least 4 finance directors prior to me stand up in opposition of changing the compensation. Now, that wasn't this specific proposal, so I can't say that they necessarily opposed this, but when it came up in the past, it was always the finance director standing out against it, which is a pretty interesting thing, considering they're usually the person who's like the person who knows all the finances of GSB. But that's neither here nor there, I think. I think that it's important that you make your own decisions. But I think that one of the aspects that I made my decision on is that I think that it's important that any student, regardless of financial situation, can serve in my position, can serve in Hillary's position, can serve in Spencer's position. I think any student should be able to be that person, regardless of financial situation. You don't just bring in 1 year of expenses. You don't, if you're on federal loans and you're on student loans, those don't disappear while you're the finance director, while you're the vice president, while you're the president. Those don't just disappear. Those are still things you have to live outside of the school. You have to live outside of your role. And while I'm not spending all of my time doing GSB all the time, I do sleep, I do eat, I do participate in other student organizations, but I do it quite differently than I would otherwise. And I think that it's important for any student to be able to serve the student body, because I'd rather have the best person, not the best person who can afford it. And I think that's where I've stood the whole time. So if you have any questions about that, I'd answer them. Otherwise, I think that's all I got.
Vice Speaker Snow.
Thank you. I'm just going to provide a little historical background here. I'm not going to make any debate points at this time. I'll let you hash it out. So when it comes time for me to make my points, I would ask in favor of you to allow me my speaking privilege. Also, since this is a serious debate, I would hope you respect other senators too and allow them extra speaking privilege too. This is a big issue and we need to talk about this thoroughly. Okay, so background information. This may put things in a little historical context for you. It's been Mary running down some bills for us, and she found the bill that created the system that we are operating under today. Prior to that, though, there was a general lead up in the early 2000s to pay stipends of some sort to darn near anybody that served on GSB, which I found unusual because when I was on cabinet in the 90s, I didn't recall stipends or things like that being an issue at the time. I just always chalked it up to, maybe just something that was so common that it was in the background, I didn't notice it. But after having Mary do some digging, she discovered a bunch of bills. She tracked the bylaw changes over the years. And in the early 2000s or so, we started paying just about everybody with a title within the organization. It was $100 for this, a parking pass for that. All sorts of people in GSB made money. And on that upward climb towards paying everybody, we come to January 26, 2005. And that is when the seems that shortly after this, for some particular reason, we thought it was okay to pay these three folks, but to stop paying the election commissioner and stop paying the director of this and the secretary of that, so we started cutting that out. Until eventually we were left with the 3 scholarships and stipends that we have now that we're discussing. So there's that. It's really only occurred over the last 10 or so years that brings us to this point. Not really sure, of course, we can't go back to 2005 and ask Mr. Larson, Perkins, and Rock what they were thinking. I have the bill here if anybody's curious. Can't really go back in time and ask them what they were thinking. However, I expect that if you look at the finances of Iowa State and the way funding was going and the way that the student growth was happening, we weren't experiencing the growing pains in 2005 that we are now. We only had, 20-some thousand students at the time, probably mid-20s. I think there's only 22 when I was here, when I left here in 2001, first time. So there probably wasn't too many more than that. That was 10,000 students less than we have today. So a much lower demand. Probably fewer than 100 student organizations asking us for money as well. So it probably seemed to make sense at the time. That's my inference from everything that Mary's gathered. It seemed to make sense at the time that we have all these resources. We're not using all of them because there isn't such a great demand. So it's very egalitarian, let's pay ourselves kind of thing. Okay, so there's that. With respect to where we're at right now, this bill that we're on today, I actually brought a very similar bill before the Senate last year. It was given its first read, it was sent to committee. There was a lot of problems with it, and it eventually died, and I didn't pursue it. Beyond that, the reason it died was not actually because of what we're talking about tonight, but because not only did I eliminate the room and board stipend, but I actually put that money into the Jack Trice Scholarship. I felt that I can't, as a member of GSB or the Student Fees and Tuition Committee, whatever role you want to peg me in, I could not take the money that we were allocating to the 3 executives and directly give it back to the students. I couldn't cut the student activity fee by that amount. But what I could do, in my mind, last year, was I could put it into the scholarship fund and give students direct access to it that way. Apparently that was too altruistic for a lot of people. I am a high-minded idealist, I will admit to that. But it didn't prove popular enough, so it died, and I never brought it back. Fast forward a few months, we have the Hughes Kletcher campaign. They ran on this issue. Obviously they won by a handy margin. And that was really the only distinguishing characteristic between the 2 campaigns. And I apologize to Senators Radisky and Bauer if they disagree with me on that, but that seemed to be the major campaign issue. They won by almost double on that. Over the summer, Spencer, I was here over the summer. I still serve on the tuition committee, along with President Hughes, Fletcher, Finance Director Radisky. And during that time this summer, I had some private lunches with President Hughes, and we discussed this very issue at Cafe B. And he asked me what my thoughts were. He presented me with a proposal to cut everything, just like he and Ms. Fletcher ran on. I advised him that I didn't think that was wise, for many of the same reasons that I hear a lot of you giving for keeping the system the way it is. We felt that after quite a bit of discussion on this, we felt that a nice compromise would be to land where we're at tonight. When the session started up this fall, Senator Kensler, who worked with me on the last bill last year, decided to pick this up and see what we can do with it. So, for all of you who have not been here for the last 10 years, at least the last year, that is how we got to be here this evening. So, I hope maybe that gives you a little bit of historical / GSB context in which we find ourselves tonight. So I think maybe a few of those things inform the vote this evening. Thank you. If you have any questions, everyone answer.
So I'm just going to share some information with the Senate before this bill gets passed around at all. This bill, if you'd like to see it, was passed in 2005. I know that the person with the last name Rock on this bill was the vice president at the time, And I know that the president was Sophia McGill, who works in the president's office. So I do have some background information about this from personal conversations with Sophia, if you'd like any more information about the long-term history prior to the 2000s and 1990s. With that, if you want it, you can get it from Vice Speaker Snell. Senator Kensler, put your clicker down. Cool. Senator Fitton.
I have a couple things I just want to touch on, and I'll try to keep this. I'll try to keep this question on. It's still trying to make that in mind, but I don't know if some of the statements I have in my speakers and senators. So, the first thing I want to address is President Hughes' comments about the stipends being uncomparable to any university within the Big Ten, or excuse me, Big 12. And the Big 12. Not only is that untrue, first and foremost, with the Baylor stipend, full tuition at Baylor is, and fees are nearly $33,000 for each of those three individuals, the president, internal and external vice president, so it can be even more than the actual stipend. But I don't know if that argument actually holds weight for two reasons. First of all, when we were going through the pizza debacle earlier this year, the comments I heard from President Hughes that was related, so this is hearsay, from administration was saying that we're the only ones who do these things. Every other university doesn't do these things. And I remember the argument you made at the time is, but we're Iowa State. We do these things for a reason. We're not comparing ourselves to other universities. We're doing this because we're special. So I think, not to turn your own words back at me, but I think that just, I don't see the argument about our peer institutions holding a lot of weight in this debate. But second of all, I just think,
If I may interject, can you clarify what you're talking? I don't recall saying a statement at all related to pizza.
we were talking about risk management and how the university was saying some different exceptions that we had in our risk management policies were uniquely pizza sales.
I thought you were referring to the Jared Knight.
Oh,
You had me worried there for a second.
I don't think our circumstances are comparable to the other institutions. The other thing I want to, if I make both real quick, and then I'll yield to President Hughes because I do believe we need to address these remarks, is currently 3 positions in GSB can receive all expenses paid, payment for GSB covering tuition, fees, room and board, and benefits for the summer, fall, and spring of their term. If an out-of-state student is elected president, they can receive as much as $37,000 in payments from GSB, coming from the same student activity fee that also gets paid that is meant to support student organizations and activities. We know this is wrong. That is a Hughes Klesher editorial from sometime in March 8, 2013. And we heard those comments repeated earlier this evening that this is wrong. And that's an admirable stance to make. But at the point we yield to your question, if this is wrong, what circumstances make it acceptable for summer payments?
I've been over this a million times with you, Kyrie. The summer, a student coming into this position over the summer is not necessarily anticipating that position. The distinction is if a student is running for this office, they are certainly anticipate being a student in the fall and spring and are able to cover those expenses accordingly. Over the summer, most students aren't here over the summer. Most students don't plan to be here over the summer, even if they do run for this office. And so in that scenario, it's an unanticipated, the summer, you're not, for the most part, you're not anticipating being here over the summer. So I thought that was fully appropriate. I still do.
So because you're not personally anticipating it, it's acceptable for the other students at the summer.
There's nothing personal about that.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair, can I get a ruling on your maintenance with respect to issues of the summer and editorials from your campaign? Sorry, Carrie, we're getting off the bill.
Well,
I'll make a ruling on that, and
If you feel biased, then
yeah,
that's
I
okay.
guess in general, I do think I'm pretty biased on it.
Ask.
So-
I will defer to the speaker if you are comfortable with that.
I would say get to your point very quickly.
I was asking the question, this
Yeah, I
includes
know.
summer, that's all I was asking. Because this will include summer compensation. And I'm just wondering where the comparison is If it's acceptable during summer, I'm trying to find the distinction where it cannot also be acceptable during the fall and spring semesters, and that's a question that I asked.
I don't see this bill treating the summer conversation any differently than the fall or spring, so there's no distinction drawn in this particular bill.
Not this bill. I'm saying with your statements, I'm trying to get you.
And so accordingly, I don't think it's appropriate to comment.
Okay.
That was answered, so.
Point of information, how much time is remaining on the bill?
Yeah, like 2 minutes.
Go with the next person.
Senator Voss.
Motion to extend debate 30 minutes.
Second.
Motion is I move to extend debate 30 minutes. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? Debate will be extended until 9:13. Senator Voss, is still
Thank you. Well, first off, I mean, if the different conversations get lost, and there were certain points that I do want to make. The question of the word stipend. It is a noun, we all know. But the interesting part is the definition is a period payment, especially a scholarship or fellowship allowance granted to a student. If I may quote from chapter 14.1.2, actually, the finance director shall be offered compensation, scholarship, and included mandatory assessed fees. I find that to be right on quote with the dictionary as a stipend. That was a distinction that was made by the finance director who has stepped out, I believe. Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's in the chair, okay. With that, the sheets that were passed out here earlier showing the differences between the stipends, or the allowances that certain different schools make. I do appreciate the using past references from President Hughes as Broward State were special. But as someone who studies political science and actually has taken many courses in comparative politics, actually when trying to decide the differences between things and to come to a concrete answer, you compare things. What we are doing in this paper here is comparing things. And from what I see is that Iowa State has 100% tuition scholarship, in-state or out-of-state rates, and a $12,000 466 stipend for the president, a $12,000 466 stipend for the finance director, and a $6,233 stipend for the vice president. Now, if we were to have all of our students that ran for president, finance director, and vice president as out-of-state, could you imagine the amount of money that we would have to allocate to those students? We were lucky this time. I believe, President Hughes, are you out of state?
Iowa, born and bred.
Are you?
I'm out of state, but I'm not getting a dime of it.
Right, you're not going to dime with it. Yeah, see, if they had accepted the money, you can imagine if there was 3 people out of state taking that money. There is that chance that could happen. And that's a lot of money coming out of student fees that could go elsewhere. I know a lot of people have a lot of beautiful projects. But a lot of other things too as well to use that money for.
Can you get to your point? I'm not.
Well, it's simply a rebut of all the, I think, almost ludicrous remarks made by some, not all of them, ludicrous. Some of them are very well founded. And so, what I'm getting at is I'm getting firmer resolve in passing this bill. I find it to be quite the compromise. The tuition is paid for, if I'm not mistaken, but the room and board is not. I mean, that's basically what students, the senators here want to know. And I think that's a pretty good compromise. It was their campaign. They won by a large majority. Although it was a small turnout, it was a large majority. And I feel it's time that we come to a conclusion here, and I hope to vote on it, although if there's other discussion. I appreciate it. I yield.
Senator Bauer.
All right. May I direct a question to the primary author?
You may.
Senator Kensler, would this get rid of room and board during the, I'm sorry, this is already been hashed out, but does this get rid of room and board for the summer months?
Yes, room and board complete.
Okay. Thank you. May I direct question to the President?
You may.
President Hughes, once again, my apologies, I got kind of lost in the dialogue between you and Senator Green, but did you take the room and board this past summer?
I did.
Okay, so I guess my question to you is why are you in favor of getting rid of room and board again for the summer then? Since you took it yourself, why would you be in favor of getting rid of it?
Well, I think, as other senators have pointed out, this whole what you're seeing here is the culmination of a long dialogue. Essentially, it's a big compromise. As you who were around in March and February know, I spoke every day, everywhere I went, about taking basically this chapter and pulling out the bylaws and saying, no, we're going to treat ourselves just like every other student here. And so obviously I'm not here advocating for that position either, because that's not the bill on the floor. We had a number of discussions about what's reasonable, what's a good place for us to move forward, make positive progress on using more student activities fee dollars for student activities, while still protecting some sort of compensation for students, leaving the door open for every student, no matter how disadvantaged, to still serve their student body in this position. So this is, like I said, it's a compromise from earlier positions. It's a culmination of multiple viewpoints. It's not my viewpoint at this point. It's a lot of people coming together, and I think Washington, D.C. could really learn from this process.
All right, then my last question for you is just roughly, how many hours do you think you put in on average?
That's a difficult question to answer. Every week is different. There's a lot of meetings around campus. There's a lot of emails that just never stop coming. Honestly, I'm not sure how I would answer that question. I think if there's a weekly average, one week to the next could vary wildly. But it's a significant time commitment. There's no doubt about that. I would never argue against that.
Would you just say you put in more than 20 hours per week?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. To address a couple of topics brought up by some of the gallery members, talking about how anyone could just take advantage of the process, run for GSB president or apply to be finance director, vice president, all the above, and just coast through a year on what could be $38,000, I think, a year on a state student will be. I don't think that's really a coasting process. Actually running in the GSB elections from past experience is a full-time job within itself. Added to being, in my example, on GSB Senate also, is another part-time job to stay on top of that. So it's not a walk in the park to run for GSB president, vice president, and as finance director Radisky said, it's not a walk in the park to be the finance director. It's not a position that you run for, you're appointed to that position, but it's still the same. You can't just sign up and then vote in the elections and become GSB president. Like I said, it's a full-time job. I know from past experiences, and I'm sure the other past candidates could say from their perspectives too, that it's not easy, and it's a big time commitment to actually run for the office and further hold the office. Also, if that does happen for some apparent reason, that someone does run for president just to get the money and they win, there's always impeachment. We have 42 people on Senate that are pretty well informed, pretty like-minded, that they'll be able to see an executive taking advantage of the student fee dollar in order just to collect that money. So there is always impeachment. Someone isn't just elected and then in the position for the year. Next, I guess this goes back to another argument in itself, that I don't see this as throwing money at ourselves. Throwing money at ourselves would be funding parties for ourselves, flying to Vegas for the weekend, as some people in the federal government do, funding kickbacks for ourselves, or anything like that. I think there's a big distinction between throwing money at ourselves and investing money in ourselves. We are funding leaders to represent 33,241 students. And if we can get the best student leaders, regardless of their financial situations, I think we are doing our job, and the student fee money is going towards an effective and good purpose. With that, I'll just say there is merit to both arguments. Senator, never mind. But yeah, I think we should get rid of the thought that we're throwing money at ourselves with no end product. I mean, the end product is getting people like President Hughes who advocates for students, I would almost say 24/7. From what I hear, stories about him going to board of each committee, meetings with administrator, those types of things. Same with Vice President Fletcher and Finance Director Radisky. I think I don't know what the word is. It's not fair to say that we're throwing our student fee money at them. Well, I guess just Dan for this instance, since he's the only one that's getting paid. But I think it's disrespectful to say that we're throwing student fee money at Dan with no product. I mean, I'm the first to say that Dan does a fantastic job as finance director, and I would assume everyone in this room would agree. So I don't think we can compare this to throwing money at ourselves. We're investing in the organization, which I have long advocated for, as many of you already know, and I will yield at that point. Thank you.
Hi, just to kind of respond to that, I know that I'm just sitting over here, but, you know, I'm not a part of GSB. You know, I don't do all these things, but I don't appreciate my words being twisted. I know that they put in a lot of time. I know that it is a full-time job. You know, that you're a student and you have homework, and on top of all that, you have to attend all these meetings and things like that. But at the same time, just kind of going back to what Dan said, when I was Vice President of Finance for Engineering Student Council, I would be contacted by multicultural student organizations seeking money. I'm an engineering student and I fund engineering clubs. I field emails like that also, or I fielded them. I field individual students who are looking for conference funding. Maybe not in the same, you know, size as you do, as many, but other finance directors throughout the different colleges also field those emails. And, you know, like for presidents, you know, we get several emails a week that we don't necessarily need to do. I mean, we also put in a lot of time. I know that it's a lot of work, and I'm not saying like you could float through. I mean, from what I was saying, you know, I have a very strong passion for my engineering group, you know, but when I considered running, I was like, oh, you know, that might be okay. I have a much stronger passion for other areas. You know, I would have done my job. You know, I would have done it, and I would have not just sat there and, you know, been like a log and just done nothing. But I'm saying there's a difference between people who would do the job and people who would be passionate about the job. You know, clearly, if there is someone who's just running to get the money, I think that that would be fairly obvious when they're running. But at the same time, it's fairly obvious to see who's passionate about it. You know, if they don't care about the money, if they're in it truly just to be, you know, involved in GSB. And, you know, and like they had said, you know, what about VISHA co-chairs, how much time they put in? You know, that represents the whole student body. They do a lot of great work, and they're not compensated. Austin had mentioned that we get in interact with student organizations all the time, and that's how we kind of view our reward for, you know, getting to do this. This is what we get to see. I understand that, you know, if it's a serious financial struggle to be this involved, you know, that's one thing. But at the same time, part of college is learning how to manage your finances and how to manage your time. And if you know that you're not going to be able to handle this, that's something that you need to consider when doing this, because other leadership positions, you know, VISHA, anything in the Greek houses, anything like that, they have to consider that. And so I don't think it's fair to say GSB is special, and their leadership positions are way more special than all the other leadership positions, and that their time is way more valuable than all the other student leaders' time, and so they should get paid for it. So that's just, I just wanted to clarify. I didn't think that someone would run literally just for the money and then just sit there and do nothing. I don't think that would happen, but I know I considered it. I would not be a very good person at this, but I still considered it because of that financial package. You know, clearly I didn't run. I never, it was a fleeting consideration, but it was still something that I considered. And, you know, I don't know how many other students would do that who may not otherwise consider running.
Just real quick off that, I just want to ask a question, Senate. If we're here to represent our students within our positions, when was the last time that you can remember that we had actual students come to GSB, not for their own group, but for the internal workings of our organization, and tell us that this is I think this is the point here. We can talk about a lot of different things, but to show that students are behind us and students think that this is a good idea, we represent those students. I don't know how else you can vote the other way and say, no, we need to keep the bylaws the way they are. I know the question was posed out on social media today, and of those students, last time I checked, there was a few dissenters, but at the same time, those people were no longer students. In fact, they were former finance directors. So the actual students said that this was either a great idea, or they supported it, or they weren't sure, and then once clarified, they were behind it. Also, I've heard nothing but praise from my constituents saying, yes, that they believe that some compensation is necessary. That's what the student, that's what the scholarship section's for. That's what we pay the tuition and fees for. Just think about what we could do with the extra money that we could get back from the room and board. We spent hours here in this room hashing out, whether or not to pass this amendment because it lowers the budget by $150, $200, $300. Just think what we can do with it, thousands of dollars more to affect those student organizations and moving forward, not just this year, but for years to come and well past our time. We can be that group that, we define the way the funding goes from either passing or failing this bill tonight. With that, I yield.
Senator Beaches?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment with regards to your dialogue with Senator Fitton earlier. He said, I've said this a million times, to the extent that you have to repeat it 1,000,001 or 1,000,002 times, I really appreciate it, and I'm sure the other new senators do. So thank you.
Sure, sorry about that. I apologize, Senator Fitton, got a little out of course there, but.
Sean, go ahead.
Hi guys, my name is Sean Milden. I'll be representing myself today as a student at Iowa State. On top of that, I'm also part of the Engineering Student Council as the VP of Outreach and the chair of First Lego League, which is the College of Engineering's largest outreach event we do as a university. We impact over 4,000 kids a year, and it's my second year chairing that. As part of chairing that, I, like Deanna, have worked with 4,000 people across the state of Iowa, fielding the most random questions all hours of the day and night, working in marathon until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes, trying to get everything done. Like Spencer said, people like Jessica with Dance Marathon, they absolutely work tons of hours with no compensation whatsoever. And so I think that you kind of lead by example also. And so if we go on other people saying, hey, we should get paid to be an executive leader and put in all these hours, we should not kind of do that for ourselves. That being said, I'm all for the tuition scholarship. I think to be a president of GSB, you have to work your absolute butt off all 4 years of college and really put in a lot of effort, which should be rewarded. So I think I'm definitely for the scholarship, but at the same time, I think the compensation currently being offered is quite excessive. And I think that leading by example, kind of what we expect other student leaders who are working their butts off as well, to kind of follow our example as GSB. So thank you guys very much.
Senator Johnson.
Well, first of all, actually, I was just curious. You had mentioned giving background information on the formation of the bill you got from Sophia McGill, and if you just want to briefly share that, I was actually curious.
Yeah, so when I spoke with Sophia about, she campaigned, and I suppose it was 2004, to be elected for the 2004-2005 school year. And she campaigned when she was in a house of a residence hall, and one of the students came up to her afterwards and said, you know that if you win, you get a scholarship, right? And she had no idea. And so she found out that that student, this was early 2000s, several decades before, his father had been a senator for GSB and had introduced this whole concept the first time. I don't know what decade it was, whether it was the 60s or 70s, but it was several years ago. So that's my little story about that.
Cool. I guess I want to give a slightly different stance actually what I'm talking about. First of all, I really get the reasoning for the bill. I completely agree that other student organization positions require large amounts of work, et cetera, that we should be getting the most passionate people for the job, and that's the main focus. I totally understand that, and also I know that there's been a lot of compromise talks that have gone into this bill that I wasn't really a part of, and I respect that. So I'm sure there's been a lot of background information that I have no knowledge of, which is fine. But I guess I'm not sure how I will vote on this bill, because as much as I see the problem and see the point of the bill, I just really don't feel that this is the best way to address it. I would personally way rather see the scholarship be cut. I see the scholarship as much more of a reward for the position that people are objecting to. Compensation is very much more the part that substitutes for the job. And honestly, if the point of the scholarship to begin with is to keep them from getting a job, I'm not sure why we're focusing on the tuition, keeping that rather than the cost of living, which is the part that they're specifically working to cover. So honestly, just as a side note, I'm concerned about the fact that it could really vary that much from year to year. And honestly, if the point is really to save money and to stabilize our finances, why wouldn't we keep the compensation part? It's stable from year to year, it's fairly unchanging, and it doesn't depend on the in-state versus out-of-state status, which makes our budget change for potentially up to about like $60,000, $70,000 a year. I think that's a fairly substantial change in our budget. And also, I think just as a side concern, I don't think the campaigns could come down to in-state versus out-of-state tuition. I mean, how do you argue with that? If you're a presidential ticket and both your president and vice president are from Minnesota and you're running against a ticket where they're both from Iowa, I mean, how do you respond to the criticism of, well, you know, they're going to be costing you guys $50,000 more or $40,000 more or whatever if you vote for them? I just don't see that as a healthy consideration. I don't know. I'm just really not sure I'm going to vote on this bill because I just really don't feel it's the best way to address the problem. Although I do really see the point of the compensation, and which is why I would honestly support keeping the room and board in there. I just think the tuition is part that should be struck. It's so far at least I don't think too many people disagree that it's really prevented us from getting. It hasn't really prevented us from getting great leadership. At least in my time with us, they don't have any major complaints. Or certainly not any complaints that'd be solely based on compensation. And one thing that does distinguish this position from other positions is the large expense of running for the position to begin with. As far as I'm aware, VISA co-chairs don't spend $1,500 on their campaigns, but you're wrong. And so honestly, I just don't see other clubs as necessarily completely comparable. They've certainly put in a lot of hours, they've put in a lot of time. But the GSB, I just feel like is at a level where you need to, having their focus be not on the job, but on GSB, just has the potential to legitimately affect the daily life of all students on campus. I feel like the dedication is crucial in any of the finance director and president, vice president especially. And just on the, I know it's, I can't remember if it was Kensler or one of you guys made some point about the election turnout. I think it was because it must have been everybody engaged about how the election turnout in the other organizations was higher and how maybe that had to do with the stipends, and I think that doesn't make any sense. That's very much correlational, not causation. There's so many other factors that go into that I just really don't think that argument should be considered seriously at all. And I also just don't think that just the fact that we're all in the same conference does not make our circumstances comparable necessarily. I mean, the cost of living are fairly different throughout each state. Baylor's a private university. That's a big difference. But their student governments are structured differently. Like some of these positions here, the student bar president in Oklahoma, we don't even have that. I mean, these are completely different universities with different structures. I mean, the fact that we are unified at an academic level and we play football against each other every season, I just don't see that as being grounds for this huge, like, comparable ability here. So I don't know. I would just like to. I really don't know how to vote on this bill, but I really would be a much bigger fan of voting for a bill that gets rid of tuition, because that really to me seems like the part that's just the kick back to ourselves here. Oh, and I had another point. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I guess the other thing is that you go into college and you pick your undergraduate college based on, you know going in that you will be an in-state or an out-of-state student. That part is something that you have arranged ahead of time to cover. That's part of being a student and deciding I will go to an out-of-state university and accept that I'm paying more. Versus the cost of living, or that you figure, okay, this is what I'll be taking out some of my loans for. This is what I'll be asking my parents for money for. This is what I'll be working for. And I see that as a lot more related to this position than some sort of abstract decision you made 3 years ago about whether or not you'll be going to a Minnesota school versus an Iowa school. And this relates to the summer thing a little bit too. Just stop talking shortly, I promise. But I just, if it's just tuition based, I'm not sure that plays into summer then. If they decide not to take summer classes, do they not get that money? Do they get the money if they do decide to take summer classes? How do we feel about the fact that then if they're getting their summer classes, they go, oh, you know, maybe I will take some summer classes. You know, that sounds good to me. I don't know. So I guess that's just my point, and I can say whatever later. And I understand that's not necessarily super related, but I have a lot of hang-ups with this bill, so I'll yield.
I do apologize, Senate. I have to leave for a short period for something this evening. So I just wanted to make this quick point. I think Senator Johnson brings up a lot of good points that I wasn't even thinking of. But I did want to mention a couple things. As much as it hasn't sounded like tonight, but sometimes at hostility at sometimes, I am pretty swinging on this vote, and I'll state the reasons why. I set out the status earlier today, and I've been asking around my fraternity, around my constituents, how they feel on this. A quick point I'll make on this, though, as I've got this Vice Speaker's note on this, I don't know if regular students, and I have to be careful with this, I don't know if we can always give completely comprehensive answers to things we don't have a comprehensive understanding. And I think that's kind of why we are, as Senator Snell said, a very localized republic. With that being said, I do want to give two counterexamples real quick. A former senator who is no longer in GSB due to many circumstances, but can really empathize. If you knew the senator, I'm not going to say his name for privacy reasons, you would understand these comments and how meaningful they are. And he knows what stipends are. He said, I feel as though eliminating the stipends means that the only people who can run for higher office are students from wealthy families that don't need to work. The stipend evens the playing field and broadens the base of potential leaders. I'm torn on that side because I know this person, and I know he wants to be involved in GSB at some point, but he physically cannot afford it. He cannot afford to be here and serve students right now. But on the other side, this came up a few weeks ago with the capital projects bill when Senator Snell and I kind of had a heated exchange. The point I was trying to get in, and the point I'm trying on now is, it's hard coming into this room on a Sunday morning in the spring with snow on the ground, and it's going to snow all throughout the 16 hours here in this room, and face a $500,000 deficit because there are student organizations that they're trying to get the money that is really entitled to them. It's their money. And that is tough to sit here for 16 hours and say, you can't get this and you're going to get this cut. But the people sitting in this room, they serve students better than you. Then you can serve yourselves. So I think that comes back to my fundamental question I did lay at the beginning. What is the value of this money? What does this do for Iowa State? And I'm really torn because the friend I mentioned, he's a great leader. He would do a great job in this organization, a great job for students, but he cannot afford to do it. And he definitely won't make this money wrong. But at the same time, you're taking away, and this is to Senator Johnson's point, the room and board is a consistent $25,000 a year. It is a tuition that fluctuates. So you're taking potentially $60,000 away from students because you see more value in paying the executives.
Let me just mention the chair. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's $25,000 a year. It can't possibly be that high every year.
For room and board for
Oh,
all
for total.
three of them
Okay,
involved
okay,
for
okay.
all semesters.
For total, for all three of them?
Correct.
Okay.
Right. At this time, I'm going to move to extend the debate for 30 minutes.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to extend debate for 30 minutes. I see the call. Is there any objection you see?
Objection.
Okay. With that, we'll vote on whether or not we're going to extend debate for 30 minutes. So please raise your placards high up for yes, you'd like to extend debate for 30 minutes. Down. Placards up for no. Down. Placards up for abstentions. By simple majority, this motion passes.
Point of information to the chair, motion to extend debate is a 2/3 vote.
Okay, well, that was 2/3. So by 2/3 passes. So we now have 9:43. But thank you, Senator Buss. Senator Murrow.
I think Senator Kensler brought up a great idea that we should be mindful of the student input on this. I know it's not representative of everyone, but our very own Facebook page asked people what they thought about this today, and they received 7 responses from students other than and Spencer.
Are you aware of who's the student that made a comment?
Former students. From 7 other than, I think one of them was active. Okay. So two of the 7 were in support of this. 5 of the 7 were not. It's unfortunate because I don't know which 2 are former GSB members. I will read it. I just want to read out two things that they said. You can consider more students, but one that was reported that said, many other student leaders on campus do just as much work to keep their specific organizations running, and many of them do not do a thing. I think the leaders of GSB should be no better than the people they serve. I like this proposal. Another one, who I'm told is not past GSB, is this seems like a mistake. GSB presidents and finance directors, if they're doing their job well, are likely working more than full-time with student body without compensation for room and board. Presidents that are less, people that are less will be forced to take out additional loans or take on a job, discouraging participation in student governments at its highest levels. And then 2 former finance directors spoke out against this. And that's a lot of you.
Senator Schulte.
Moving down.
Senator Wolf.
May I address the president?
Okay.
Just to get a better understanding of time commitments with you, and this, may I address the finance director as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess this is you. Can I ask personally how many credits you're currently enrolled in, to understand how much time you dedicate to academics as is that, if you prefer not to mention, that's understand.
I would.
Jermaine. It pertains to how much time they have.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow this.
My credit load is really not related to my GSB time, because I'm fortunate that I have front-loaded on credits to now be enrolled in 13.
I would say that my credit number is different because I'm actually taking several half semester credits, but I take 17, but I'm also not always present in said 17 credit classes. I will just say that right off the top, is that my attendance in class is not stellar due to my position.
And then secondly, how often does your position with government and student body take you from Ames for purposes such as like Big 12 on the Hill or advocating for students or
So Big 12 on the Hill and the Big 12 Student Government Conference are the 2 big commitments. They're probably 2 or 3 school days each, 1 per semester. So that's about 3 days a semester roughly. And then also I attend, usually myself and Vice President Kletcher, also occasionally the finance director will attend monthly regents meetings. So that's 1 day a month. So 7 days a semester, maybe.
Can you repeat the question?
how many days or how much time do you have to leave Ames to advocate or do take part in commitments that come along with the finance director position?
So I think Spencer outlined a lot of the commitments that I leave Ames for, and actually this summer I did not spend my time on campus at an internship that I had previously signed a contract for. And so I spent my summer in St. Louis, but I commuted back here for student fee and tuition committee meetings. So I made a 6-hour drive one way to come to those meetings for several hours and then turned around and drove back. And if not, it was I telephoned in. So there are obligations outside of that. So it gets to be interesting when we talk about leaving Ames because we do a lot of representing here. I would say more so, at least, especially for the finance director. I'm more of an internal position than an external.
Madam President, would you like to comment on those 2 questions as well?
I'm just gonna remain unbiased. Most. But I guess, I don't know, that would be factual information. Okay. So the first question was credit hours. I'm currently enrolled in 14 credit hours. It's pretty chill. And in terms of missing classes, I'd say in general it's once a month. And I absolutely always say no to missing class to attend a meeting. Always. That's just my personal stance. And one of those reasons is because I did choose to go to school here as an out-of-state student. There's more to that story, but I'll leave it at that. Is that all, Senator Wolf? Senator Schulte, are you ready?
Sure.
Go ahead.
So I think this is almost becoming an opportunity for like all of us to just share how busy we are in like our resumes, and I think that's really necessary. So I think we've established that we're all busy. So under that paradigm, I kind of have to ask, where's the bright line for funding and not funding student leaders? Like just something that's going along with this funding, like does Vice President Kletcher do half the amount of work of President Hughes? Or like, why have we decided to pay her half as much as the president? I don't know that we've established, like, again, that bright line that's there for funding these positions. Why don't we fund student leaders who do, nearly as much work as the GSB student leaders? Until we find something that makes us completely special and somehow different than these other groups, I really don't see a need to fund these positions. And going back to Senator Fitton's point about how only wealthy people can apply, once again, that applies to all other positions as well. And so why should we just be funding the GSB positions? I think we have to find that bright line, and once again, what makes us special, and I don't think we've found it. Oh, and one other thing, if you consider what I just said completely moot, I think we really need to strongly consider what Senator Voss said earlier, and that if all three of these positions are out of state, that would be an absolutely huge hit to our budget. So if anything, I would say consider making it just in-state tuition. I'm not proposing an amendment or anything, I'm just saying think about that, because I think that was an excellent point that you brought up earlier. And once again, why don't we just fund these three positions? Why not other positions on GSB? I'm just curious, where's the bright line for these agents?
Just from my perspective up here, in light of discussions, I'm just going to remind everyone that this bill is about the room and board portion only and eliminating that. I understand that the scholarship portion is also important. That is not what this bill is written about. Vice Speaker Scott.
All right, since I've been quiet, I'll make as many of my points as I can so I don't keep coming back. To address some of the earlier comments, I just want to be very clear that I hope none of you think that this is a measure of job performance. Some of the comments that Senator Bauer brought up regarding how much work these three people do, this is absolutely positively not a measurement of job performance. It's not a reflection on anything that Spencer's done or Dan or Hillary has done at all. Okay? I'm a representative of 14,000 students who live off campus, and I am the president of that constituency council, so I have to take that job very seriously and consider 14,000 students. Furthermore, as vice speaker and just a good senator here at GSB, tonight in this room, I represent 33,241 Iowa State students as well. And I think we all know that if we were to quiz ourselves in our mind, that if we were to go out and we were to ask the majority of students, even with an informed opinion requested, that I'm not going to say all of them, but a darn good majority of students would not be in favor of leaving things the way they are. They would in fact be in favor of us doing this tonight. And we all know that. And for whatever reason, somebody might vote against that. You all can figure that out on your own. My job here, though, is to be a good steward of student development. And as I know my constituents would not want me to say no to this, I am compelled to vote for this bill and pass this evening. We are all volunteers, everybody, all of us. Every single person in here, to a man and woman, is a volunteer. Except for he doesn't volunteer to be here. With respect to needing this money to either be in school or to do their jobs, this office is already occupied by a candidate who is a student before their office and sometimes after their office. They are already here as students. They've already taken care of their financial needs as students. Whether they win or lose is irrelevant to whether or not they get to be here. The job is its own reward, as one of the gallery members pointed out. And then, why else would we do this? If the job is as hard as we keep hearing, the compensation probably isn't enough. So, I mean, are we going to sit here and argue about how we need to double or triple their salaries? The job is its own reward. I know Kyrie's not here, and I apologize for speaking about something he said behind his back, but the hypothetical that he gave regarding his friend who wouldn't be able to do the job because he can't afford to be in school. He already can't afford to be in school. So how the heck is he going to campaign to be president or apply to be finance director in the first place? This is not welfare. You know, this stipend is not welfare. The senator was already here. He can already afford to be here, even with or without the stipend. There's obviously no link between the stipend and voter turnout. I mean, we talked about voter turnout at the other universities and how much they get and so on and so forth, and to give a nod to Senator Voss, comparing their voter turnouts and their stipends with ours, that isn't even a reason why we should do this. I'd rather see the $35,000 that we would save running the stipend go to students in a way that makes us more useful. I'd rather see it be used in a way that makes that provides better benefits to students, in a way that might somehow, through our own good work, increase voter turnout because students view us as a viable and useful organization. We can use that money better. And just to address something Senator Johnson here said, is aside the $1,500 that Senator Hughes and President Hughes and Vice President Fletcher mentioned, most of it, as Senator or President, I'm sorry, I keep wanting to call you Senator, President Hughes can attest, was actually eaten up in man hours, volunteer hours. It wasn't actually stuff. They probably only spent $200-300 on actual stuff. The rest of it, because our election code is screwy, it got racked up. That money, it didn't actually get spent. Two last points. We keep talking about the hours, how many hours did they work? What we really need to consider here, I can sit there and say, oh my God, I worked 80 hours this week on GSB. There's a 20-hour maximum policy at Iowa State University for anybody who receives university funds. This is a university fund. This is state money. By policy, there is a 20-hour cap. Now, this isn't to say that they don't exceed that. We know they exceed that. Okay? But that is above and beyond what they're required to do, or what they're allowed to do by policy. So if we're going to sit here and focus on the hours so much, let's focus on that one. The cap is 20 hours. And all this argument that they do 60 hours of work, it really is kind of irrelevant because ISU policy trumps ours. And lastly, as a sober reminder, we're not here at Iowa State University to be on GSB. That's not our function here. Spencer's not here to be president, Miller's not here to be vice president, Dan's not here to be finance director. Again, we're all volunteers. We're all here to be students first, we're always students. We're here to get an education, go out in society, be productive citizens. GSB, our participation here, the works that we do are a luxury, both for us personally and for the students. Okay? It may happen that we have that luxury, and that's good. It sucks that other people don't, but that's life. Life isn't equal. Life isn't fair. We either have the time to volunteer. The last 2 months of the legislative session, I quit because I had 22 problems. It was a lot. After midterms, I knew I couldn't keep up my schooling with the same level of my activity here in GSB. I could have become just occupied a seat. I talked to Senator Tensler about this at length, trying to figure out what to do. He said, take the rest of the semester off. He would have excused me. I didn't want to do that. Because now I deprived 14,000 students of my vote. I deprived 33,241 students of my vote. So I quit. Everybody in this room should be willing to walk away from here for school, all of us. And if anybody can stand here and say that they need the stipend because they miss class or school's so hard, yada, 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 all the arguments we've heard, with all due respect, I'm just gonna lay it out the line, tough shit. We are not here for that. We're here to students. And as long as we can do that, the best we can practically do without killing ourselves. In the real world, if I have a 40-hour, 60-hour a week job, and I can't do some hobby of mine, again, like I said, tough shit. That's the real world. So let's keep that in mind. Let's keep in mind what we're doing here, guys. I will yield to that and let you all have fun with my comments.
Senator Doherty. Yes, Senator Doherty.
Okay, this will be short, but it's been stated before. I wanted it to be restated because I'm scared this is going to turn into something else. But this is Green Board. This is not the tuition scholarship. I feel like this is going to blossom into an argument on scholarship. But let that May right now. It's time to have that conversation. Second, if this is a really important thing, and that it will affect someone's job performance if they don't get the stipend. I think that goes back to them affording school in the first place. They can't afford to be GSB president without the stipend. It'll probably be pretty hard for them to afford the school in the first place. So I don't think it's a conscious effort. I don't think they formulate a plan. I don't think Spencer formulated a plan before he came to Iowa State. Hey, I'm going to go to Iowa State, become president of the student body, and go to school for free. If he did, well done. That's kind of
I kind of messed that one up, didn't I?
Ocean's 11. So I think that the room and board becomes irrelevant when you consider if they can afford school in the first place, and then the boss, the president, the vice president, the finance director. But keep in mind that this is room and board, not tuition and scholarship. If we want to have that argument, let's have that argument when it's actually relevant. Right now, it's not relevant. So let's keep that in mind and slow down a little bit. Or go back. Yield.
President.
Yes. I think I'd like to first address Senator Johnson's point, which I think is important for us to consider when she mentioned the distinction between room and board scholarship, and that's been brought up at a few points as well. But I think what's important to understand is that you may believe that we should keep the stipend and remove the scholarship. There are people in this room, and I know this because I've had conversations with them personally over the past number of months, who believe the exact opposite, who believe that this is the way to go, and they wouldn't necessarily support the opposite side of things. How I view this, how I view almost everything that we should do here is, will this make a positive impact? I think it's positive. Is it perfect? Well, no, I don't think it's perfect. I don't think a number of people in here think that this is the ideal solution. But there's nothing preventing anyone in this room from taking this after this passed and then saying we should adjust this and do something a little bit different. I think if we leave this room at this bill passed, if we leave this room with this bill passed, the impact on the student body will be better than it was when we entered this room. Because now there's more money available for student organizations. We still provide support for students in the executive positions. And I also want to address the kind of meta issue about making sure that students have the opportunity to serve in this role. I'm having a hard time identifying a real argument in opposition to this, other than a student will not have the opportunity to serve in an executive position. That's clearly, in my opinion at least, a significant concern. We should be taking steps to ensure that every student at Iowa State is able to serve their student body in GSB, certainly. But I ask why we haven't considered that issue in the context of GSB Senate before, or in GSB Cabinet, or in the Election Commission, or in the Supreme Court. We don't seem to have that concern about students not being able to serve their student body in any of those capacities, because we haven't acted to compensate students in those roles currently. So the issue really is we don't think that they can be in a top role due to a time commitment issue, and that's a valid concern. But at the same time, there are so many avenues of financial aid available to students that any student at this university that first of all, is so destitute that they cannot serve in an executive role because they need that money. And at the same time, they're impressive enough as a student to become student body president or vice president or finance director. If they are in both of those categories, there isn't a scholarship in the world that will not give them money, basically. I mean, that's the ideal candidate for 90% of the scholarships out there. And even if, in that unique circumstance, maybe this, I don't know, I'm talking very theoretically right now. I don't see this as a practical issue, but I want to make sure to address it. Even if the scholarships are not there for that student, they still have the opportunity to get student loans up to the cost of attendance by federal law. Every student at Iowa State University will be able to cover their cost of attendance, including room and board, including living expenses, including textbooks, including tuition, regardless of their financial position, even if this bill passes. So I don't necessarily see that as a valid argument. How I see this right now is this is a positive step. It's a positive step for the student body. It's a positive step for GSB to improve our service to students and to student organizations. So let's take a step forward and get ourselves to a better place. And then anyone in this room, feel free to revisit the issue and try to continue improving week after week. And with that, I would yield with the note that there is a student interested in speaking.
Ready?
Sure. All right, hi there, I'm David Peterson. I was on GSB last year, so yeah, this is a lot of fun. Anyway, I would just like to go and say that money's always an issue. It is every meeting, so we should always keep that in mind, but don't make that the sole focus of this. When I look at a lot of the different dollar amounts that we're talking about right now, it's easy to say this is $31,000, or this is just some number, this is just so much of a penny of what students are putting in through their student fees. But I prefer to look at these different issues as, well, they had to get that money from somewhere, and the majority of them aren't getting it paid for by their parents. Most of them have to work, and most of the work comes from minimum wage jobs that students work. How many people in here have worked a minimum wage job before in their life? Yeah, so that's what it comes down to me, and that's where a lot of this money is coming from that we're using. And so what I always like to think about is, do you think it's worth it? I recently just came up with a number, actually it wasn't that hard to calculate. 4,298 hours at minimum wage is what it takes to make $31,165 to pay for these room and board stipends. Now, that's not including taxes, which if you know me, you know why I didn't include taxes. But we always need to think about how it's affecting students, and a lot of people are talking about how it's affecting students, and I want people to be aware of how students are working this money off to pay for these different stipends. Is there a better way we could be spending student fee dollars? Could we be maybe giving these back to student groups who come in and ask for different things, or ask for things like once in a while, instead of saying, okay, well, this is what we're going to give every year? I mean, that's just my thoughts. If you guys have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, David. Finance Director Diskey. Come on down.
So, I think you all know where I stand on this, so I'm not even going to make any arguments. I'm going to ask you a question. And I think at the end of the thing that you need to be asking yourself is, what's the value of the work that these people are being paid for? You're setting it as a stipend, so you're giving them payment for the work that they do. So is the value of the work that they do for the student body worth this or not? That's where you should be at the end of the day. Find your answer.
Alright, so there was a couple questions raised that I would like to answer. One was, what makes us special as a group? And I would essentially like to answer that is the sheer amount of responsibility that we have. As has been brought up numerous times, we represent 33,221 students. We also handle multi-millions of dollars. We manage hundreds of clubs. We're comparable basically to a city council, where we're usually compensated in some way. We don't compensate ourselves, but I think maybe we can make an exception for the people who spend all of their time, so most of their time here. we are the highest level of student government at this university. And, you know, the only people comparable to us with the amount of responsibility, power, and time devotion is the administration, who I would remind you dictates. So then where do we draw the line? To me, I think we need to draw the line at where we have equality of opportunity for anyone who wants to run for these positions, and it's as simple as that. Barry, you're right, this isn't the real world, and so we shouldn't treat it as such. I yield.
Senator Johnson.
Moving on.
Austin.
Hello, I'll try and keep this brief. I just want to provide a little bit of perspective of what approximately $30,000 can do. So as co-president of Engineering Student Council, each semester we use $30,000 and we allocate that among all of our engineering clubs. And we have about 40 engineering clubs and we fund approximately 30 a semester. And so with $30,000, we're able to support 30 clubs. And so I think that's just something to keep in mind, that compared to maybe $1 million, it's not a ton, but depending on how you use it, you can impact a significant number of clubs. And it's worth noting that the clubs who are funded by ESC, we are their source of funding. They do not get funding from other sources. And so 30 clubs who don't get help from anyone but ESC, using only $30,000, you can do a lot of good with that. So.
Senator Johnson. You want to be moved down more?
That's Bauer is nodding. Does that mean I want to be moved down?
Senator Johnson, do you want to be moved down?
I'm fine, whatever. You can do whatever you want to do. I just want to make a quick point, I promise. Just what Barry had mentioned, about whether they win or lose is irrelevant to whether or not they get to be here. And I see your point, but scholarships are the ones that cover tuition, which I'm not going to do that. But jobs and this compensation would go towards the cost of living. So I think whether or not they win or lose, it may not be relevant to whether or not they get to be here in like a tuition sense. But I mean, if they win and can't have the time to take out a job, that's very relevant to whether or not they get to live here. So I don't really think that the way you were phrasing your point, with all due respect, by Speaker Snell, who isn't listening, okay, was really super accurate. What is that? And also, in response to Spencer's point, I definitely see what you're saying about scholarships. I think that's a great point. But as to what you're saying about loans, I don't really think that loans are really an ideal solution that you should be advocating for that, at that point. I don't think it's really fair for us to be like, well, if you can't afford it, it's okay. You can take out thousands of dollars in loans to serve in this position. I don't think that's not really a valid solution in my mind. I really don't. Loans are really just an option of last resort at the point where you don't have a better option, in my opinion. And then just as a side note too, I think that this position being open to all is particularly important even if it's just a theoretical, it's a government position, and it's more of a public position than a lot of these other positions. I think that makes it especially relevant. The government positions and public positions are designed to be open to all, and I think that's really the point, is you're facilitating that, and it is over a lot more students. We govern a lot more students than plenty of these elected local positions in Iowa. I do research in local politics and state politics for my job, and a lot of these school boards and city council positions that are elected control a lot fewer students than we do. So, yeah, that's.
Okay. Senator Bauer.
In order to respect everyone's opinions and wrap up conversation, I will move to extend the date for only 15 more minutes. So everyone has a chance to say their final thoughts. Let's see, we still have placards out from the executive branch and others.
Second.
Object.
We're moving secondly to extend the date by 15 minutes. UC was called for directions, so we'll now vote on the matter. If you'd like to extend the date by 15 minutes, please raise your placard high now for yes. Down. Placard up for no. Down. Placard up for abstention. We will now have wait until 9:58. Senator Bauer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I should turn it off there first. I know a lot of people were asking, Senator Benzoni kind of touched on this, how we distinguish ourselves from other student organizations. First, I'll say we don't hold ourselves above other student organizations. But we do have, as Senator Benzoni mentioned, we do have more sway in the workings of the university, the state, national, and federal government also. To kind of quote Vice Speaker Snell, probably a month back now, he said that the title of you being a GSB senator yourself kind of gives you that extra push if you go over to President Lee's office or VP Madden's office. He said that the title itself gives you that extra push because they see you as a representative of 1,500 students, 33,241 students. So I think that's how we distinguish ourselves, is by we're charged with representing 32,241 students, 1,500 students individually, and the president of the organization, him or herself, is the sole representative of those 33,241 students. So I think that's how we distinguish ourselves. We're talking about VSHA Dance Marathon. Yes, they put in long hours in their organizations and they do great work, but one of the VSHA co-chairs isn't going to have as much sway as the president of the government and student body. It's just that simple fact. And I think we can all agree on that because we mentioned it numerous times in this chamber and around the West Student Office days. So I think that's how we distinguish ourselves from the other 800 plus student organizations around campus. We're the representatives of the students. We're elected by the students, regardless of voter turnout, regardless of how many people run for which seat and so on. We are the sole student representatives of 33,241 students. And that's how we distinguish ourselves from other student organizations.
Senator Lodner.
Can you mark me out?
Yep. Senator Voss.
Oh, thank you. First, I want to apologize for bringing up tuition. That was one of the things I was saying, more so when I ramble. Other ideas come to my head and then I say them. But I guess what Mr. Senator Bauer was speaking on, me and Senator Bauer do agree on a lot of things. We do have great respect for each other. In fact, I endorsed his campaign during the election last year. However, I didn't. Oh, I'll get to the point of what Bauer was saying there. Is that yes, I do feel that members of GSB ought to be held at a different standard because of what we do as far as public service. But I think where we differ is that I do not feel that correlates with stipends, with payments to the executive members. And that is where I stand. So I'll yield with that.
Senator Lodner.
So I guess I just wanted to remark about loans as a last resort. President Hughes did say that you go, if you are a student that can't afford to be as president of GSB, in that situation, there's grants for you, there's scholarships for that particular student. They want leaders to be the recipient of their scholarships. And then finally, if you still can't afford college, then there is loans. So I think as it is right now, it's always been stated that loans are the last resort. And as the legislation, or not legislation, but as the bylaws state now, the way that the stipend is paid out, there's nothing to keep the executive members from not taking out loans because of the way that the stipend is paid out. You take out the loan originally, and then you're paid back monthly, and then you can either decide to put that towards the loan or not. And then I was trying to do some math here really quick, and so I've got a question, the number, the $12,466 stipend, what's the math behind that?
I'm glad somebody finally asked that question.
Okay.
I think that when I was looking at there's a website, the SOTB OFP2, that shows That's a lot of letters for people who don't know things. We have a website that shows when we have regular allocations each spring, it has every budget from every student organization and shows what the line item that they requested, how much that was, and then how much GSB ultimately funded for that line item. So when I looked through the GSB budget on that website for the last year, I noticed that the Finance Committee had, or whoever put that budget together, had been particularly sloppy with the executive compensation, probably because they already knew that it was going to be zero anyway, because myself and the vice president declined it. So the math behind this number I had to do myself. In one of the sections, I forget which, it has two separate components for summer 13 and summer 14, and that sounds weird, but the idea is that half of the summer is funded each fiscal year because at the end of June is the end of the fiscal year. So any certain candidate who is elected, they will receive the first fiscal year's money for the first half of summer and then transition to a new fiscal year for the second half. So those together were $3,400, I believe. Then I think it was the other section, so one was president, one was finance director, that had the 7,000 some number for the fall and spring room and board component. And then I'm glad that David mentioned this earlier. He said that number did not include taxes. Funnily enough, it does include taxes. GSB funds the tax payment on this stipend, so it's essentially a tax-free stipend. If you can imagine working a job and your employer offers to pay your income tax for you, or pay your FICA payment for you, that's pretty good. So yeah, that actually is the way it works now. So that's where the number came from. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, so then, I guess, since I'm on the clock, I'm not gonna do the math, but running some quick numbers in my head, if you are an out-of-state student receiving the full tuition and the stipend, I heard a comparison to city council members, who I didn't look this up, but I did look up state legislators in Iowa. And in Iowa, a legislator receives only $25,000 a year. So our president of Iowa State University could be making more than a legislator in Des Moines, potentially. So,
that's including the scholarship, which is in front of the bill.
Right. Okay. That's all. I yield.
Vice Speaker Snell.
Thank you. One last thing, by the way, great point, John. I was gonna say that too. Now we're hearing about why it's GSB special, which cracks me up. We're special because we get $2.5 million. We are the top of the organizational pyramid.
Not 2.5, 2.
Is it 2.2?
Round it to 2.
We're special because we get $2.2 million and we pay
Roughly two.
doesn't pay $2 million. Stand up and restart that. Okay, we're special because we get $2 million. We're at the top of the organizational pyramid, and we can stand to pay our president, vice president, finance director a cumulative of nearly $100,000 if they're out of state. We're special, all right. There it is. I mean, what more do we want here? We're giving them tuition. We're covering their tuition. It is a scholarship. We are allowed the privilege by the students. They allow us, they elect us to handle their $2 million. That's what makes us special. But as a human being, as just another Iowa State Cyclone, I'm no better than these guys back here. Nobody else in here is better than they are. All right? Let's focus on what we're doing here. We are special, but let's remember why. We aren't that special. Let's not let our egos get the best of us here. We are big fish in a really small pond. So let's act that way.
Speaker Williams.
Okay, just really quick. I don't know. It won't take 8 minutes. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate President Hughes' comments earlier. I think for a while there, I was being swung. I didn't know where I was going to about it, because it is important. It is one of the highest positions, as stated. There's a lot of responsibility that everyone should have the opportunity to handle that responsibility. But that's why I did appreciate your comments, and I did want to say that the reason I do support this bill, and I stand by it now, is that it's not solely a volunteer position. It seems like some of the comments that have been made seem like, well, it's all or nothing or anything like that, and it's not a volunteer position at this moment. We still have the tuition, and I think that's what's really important. It is a very good compromise. I see room and board as being the best part of the compromise. I represent off-campus or campus-bound students as well as all students, but looking at that room and board, there's many options for students to live off-campus or on campus. There's many ways to get to campus through SciRide and all of that, so there's many options. We take care of our students and their room and board a lot, and so I feel like this is the best way to get rid of something to help our students, but still compensate them for the responsibility and the amount of work that they do. And so that's why I fully supported this bill, and it really comes down to that we really do, as a university and as GSB, help our students maintain their responsibilities. And so it might have been slightly excessive to also give room and board, and so we're getting rid of that right now and still helping out our students. And so I do support this bill, and so I appreciate everyone's comments as well. And Senator Walsh.
Thank you.
And just so y'all know, you have 4 minutes.
I'll make this very quick. I just wanted to bring up one final point, and that's that we keep talking about putting this money to our elected officials for, thinking they're superior than other organizations, and we're thinking our organization is up on a pedestal. And I think we're kind of losing sight of the point here. That money that this bill is going to take away is, maybe indirectly, but it is going to students. I mean, it is making sure the best student leaders that we can find have the ability to be able to financially support themselves, to dedicate all of their time to one thing, outside class, of course, and that's serving students at Iowa State. And I think in your vote, you cannot lose sight of that, and you have to give that some serious consideration. That'll do it.
We have 3 minutes. Resolutions?
First, I'd like to respond to Finance Director Reese's comments, and I love him. But he asked, is $30,000 the value of the work, or whatever the amount he stated? Is that the value of the work of the position? I would offer the fact that the value of the work that this body does is greater than $0. But yet that's the type of compensation that you all are receiving, that you see for the service you give to students. Similarly, Senator Bauer's point about I don't want to say we are, I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said something akin to we're above other student orgs. I know that's not what you meant, but I'm moving quickly. This bill still provides for a scholarship for these students. We're not eliminating the package entirely. The students still receive the scholarship. And to Senator Walsh's point, students in these roles, and we saw this 2 years ago. We certainly don't want to encourage this type of behavior, but we had a student in one of these positions who did a poor job. They did a poor job while taking the scholarship money. Nothing precludes you from doing bad work while you're in this role. Similarly, nothing precludes you from doing good work while you're in this role and not receiving the money. Like Vice President Kletcher has not seen a cent of this money and has done a phenomenal job. So the money does not directly correlate to the quality of the work. And I've already made this point over and over again that any student is still able to serve in this capacity with the scholarship retained when we remove the room and board component. Every student at this university still has that opportunity because of other avenues of funding their college education. I want each and every one of you to think right now, and I know that we never do this because you're never really accountable for what you do in this room. Most students really don't care. But I want you to think about, after this vote, going to the students that you represent. And if they've read this in the Daily, Brian's still here, he's going to write a story about it, it'll be in the Daily tomorrow. If they see that story and they ask you about your vote, can you really defend that to them when they're in a student organization that saw their budget slashed in regulars, that saw their bill fail on the floor because we didn't have the money for it. Can you defend your vote to that student? And if you can, then more power to you. But this retains opportunity for students. It retains the opportunity to get the best student possible, and it allows us to better support student organizations and better serve students, because service is at the core of what we do. Do we have 1 minute left? With that in mind, I'm going to yield to Senator Kensler for final comments.
As a matter of quick personal privilege, I want to add anything.
With that being said, I think, look at who's still in the gallery here. We have students here. I mean, I cannot remember, in fact, I've been on GSB for 5 years. I have never seen students stay for this long, other than if they had a bill for their particular club and we just hadn't got to it yet. I mean, it speaks for itself. With that, I call it a vote.
One person probably got my name on that bill as well.
Vice Speaker Snell will pass around the thing if you want to add your name to the bill. So that'll be going around. We'll move directly into voting as time has expired on this bill. If you would like to eliminate room and board, the stipend portion from executive, eliminate the executive compensation, you'll vote yes on this bill. If you do not want to eliminate the executive compensation, you will vote no. If you want to abstain, you can abstain too.
It's my opinion, how many votes does it require?
2/3.
Be 27. 27.
So 27 votes is what would be required to pass. 27 yes votes would be required to pass. Are there any further questions before we begin voting? Please remain quiet throughout the voting process so that Kylie and I can hear. Abbas.
Yes.
Agruwa.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Bauer.
Yes.
Benzoni.
Stay.
Black. Yes. Breitbart.
Yes.
Birch.
Yes.
Doherty.
Yes.
Lucius.
Yes.
Piesick.
No.
Fitton.
Pass.
Grenadier-Oba.
Yes.
Johnson.
Pass.
Kaufman.
Yes.
Kensler.
Yes.
Kearns.
Pass.
Nee.
Yes.
Lang.
Pass.
Senator Nee, you said yes. You said pass.
Yes.
Okay. 2 yeses and passes. Laudner.
Yes.
Lund.
Yes.
Merle.
Yes.
Nygaard.
Yes.
Osborne. Parkinson.
Pass.
Peterson.
Pass.
Plettenberg.
Pass.
Schulte.
Yes.
Snell.
Madam Chairman, yes, please.
Turhall.
Yes.
Triparthy.
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
Walsh.
No.
Williams.
Yes.
Wolf.
Yes.
Johnson.
I'm not allowed to pass again, am I?
No.
Okay, that's fine. No.
Fitton, sorry I missed you.
Yes.
Kearns.
Abstain.
Parkinson.
Yes.
Peterson.
Yes.
Plettenberg.
Abstain.
Did I miss anyone's vote? Lang.
Yes.
I apologize.
I'm kind of personal privilege, I'd like to change my vote to yes.
3, this passes.
Can you give a count on that, please?
30 to 2 to 3.
Thank you.
Now on Senate Order 2013-2-0441, making all policies renewable. Before we begin debate on this bill, I'd like to take a moment to thank the students who spent the last 2 hours here. Thank you.
Policies and renewables. So we talked about this last week, although I guess we have a few more members here tonight. Basically, and Larry and we can give you a little more background on this. I'm not sure if you don't remember or weren't here last week. So basically the bylaws right now about policies are either Code A, general governmental policy bylaws, are required to be renewed or voted on whether or not they will be renewed or allowed to expire at the beginning of each new Senate term. So that like in April, for example, those of us who were around then, or anybody who was senators at that point, were voted on whether or not to extend several policies. But when that bill was being written, the intent of the original bylaw change, which happened just last spring, was to include all policies that, in the way that the bill wound up being worded, wound up being passed, only included Code A bills. So this bill is basically, we just changed the bylaws to also include Code B, policies and procedures of the executive branch, and Code C, policies and procedures of the judicial branch, and Code SL, policies and procedures of the legislative branch. Bills and orders. It's excluding the election commission policies and procedures as here. But basically, the idea is that between making types of policies renewable to begin with, let's make sure that the policies that we are following are still being followed, so we're still aware of them. But also to make sure that they're still relevant, that they still make sense in the context and circumstances of the Senate and the GSB at that time. We spent a long time explaining this last week, so I don't want to repeat anything that's not necessarily needed to be repeated. So I guess if you have any questions, feel free to bring them up and all of us can answer them.
Actually meant to bring this up between bills, but it was not going to be moved for a 5-minute recess. Second.
Object.
All right, so a motion has been made to recess. It's also been seconded. You can see, are there any objections to the motion?
Point of information, how long for recess?
5 minutes.
What was the reason for the recess?
At least I just need to wind down last bill.
Object.
Is there an objection? You see, motion to recess.
Yes, majority.
So it takes the majority vote, so we'll just do placard. If you guys would like to recess for 5 minutes, please raise your placard. All right, down. Please raise them for if you would not like to recess for 5 minutes. All right, so down, majority has it, so we will be recessing for 5 minutes. We're gonna keep going here, because we have more meetings, so, yeah, we're back.
No, but next time.
Quorum, please.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Senator Fox.
Yeah, so point of inquiry to the chair. Will you be presiding over the meeting from now, or are you filling in for Tucker?
I am filling in for Hillary, who went to the bathroom. I've fallen in at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. If you have an issue.
That was an import.
Okay, just to kick this off. All right. So I just wanted to remind everybody too, not to drag on what I said last week, but when I wrote the original bill last year, it essentially did the same thing. This is amending that. This is what I intended. None of us in the rules committee, none of us bothered to, even think about BC and SL because we rarely use them. So to me, this is a no-brainer. As the original author of the bylaw in question, I think this is a great thing, and I encourage a quick debate and vote. Senator Roth,
Senator
Jim?
I apologize for that, Dr. Drew, but the rules committee have a amendment to this.
Okay, at this time I'd like to propose the Rules Committee amendment, which I'm going to write out. All right, so this amendment is going to change the second enacted clause. As of right now, it states that chapter 4, bylaw, whatever, 4.16.1 be amended to state all code A, code B, code C, and follows. And so we thought it would be a better idea to condense all of these instead of listing every single policy out to the amendment. Will then change the second enacted clause to say that bylaw 4.16.1 be amended to state all codified policy bills as delineated by the bylaws shall, and then the rest will be expire on the last day of the third session of the outgoing Senate. This way it doesn't list all of the codified policies because they're already listed in the above chapter. And so it's just kind of making it nice and fresh and short, and everyone should know what that means, and it's essentially doing the same thing. Also at the end, we're going to strike the part that says that this, or from this point forward, we thought it would be more prudent to make sure that all policies that have either been dug up or not, make sure that we are digging up all of these, but all of those policies be brought to light, and so then the Senate can approve or not approve. So instead of just everything from now on, and we have no idea what we're being held to from before, we just feel that it would be, it would only pertain to this year, so we would just want everything kind of brought up, and then the Senate for next year can decide if they want those or not, and then it just kind of continues. So same sort of intent here again, but it just makes more sense to make sure that all of the policies are being renewed. Otherwise, there would be a lot of policies we probably, or Senates might not know about that they're being held to if they had thought, oh, well, I thought all of them were renewable anyways. So, to strike all that confusion. So, those are the amendments for the
We're now in discussion of the amendment only. Senator Johnson.
I was curious, so is the intent of the amendment, which I had no awareness of at all, is the intent of the amendment then to also include the election policy bills? Because that was what we had specifically, that's the only reason it's like this, because after having talked to several rules committee members, or at least Gabe, I don't know, was that you specifically didn't want the election stuff included, which is why I worded it the way I did. So I'm just curious if that has changed. I mean, I'll yield to Kensler, I guess.
Okay, so the rationale behind it essentially was that what I personally viewed as we should probably exempt them. I think it'd be much easier, considering the Senate votes on apportionment anyways. I mean, whether or not the policy is adopted by the incoming Senate, they're still going to vote on apportionment, they're still going to vote on election changes or election bylaws. So even if they do accept the policy, they're still going to change it by voting on that year's apportionment. So I guess it doesn't really make a difference. in a practical sense. But as far as our bylaws, it simplifies things. So that's why I am in favor of the amendment now, after thinking about it thoroughly.
Okay, that's totally fine, I just,
Yeah.
this completely caught, you know, sorry, so I was curious, but I agree, that's fine.
Senator Ross.
I was gonna call the question on you. There's Senator Fitton. Okay. Question.
Question's been called and seconded. UC has been called. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Amendment passes. We're now back in discussion of the bill as a whole. Senator Fitton.
Well, that's the period for a question.
Love
The original bylaw review or change that made policy review will happen during the third section of the next semester. Correct.
Consider second and third, maybe the Senator Councilman, just as speaker.
I'm afraid I have 95% sure it's
Been the beginning of the third.
January.
The reason I bring that up is because I wasn't a member of some of that time, so I think what I'm thinking now, I was thinking back then, I don't know how, as a brand new member of the Senate, you can come in on the first meeting, first or second meeting, I don't know what it is, and decide which rules are applicable to different circumstances. And so I'm not going to debate the change that was made in the third session, it's all fair and well. But specifically with SL bills, especially because the bill is coming tonight, how a new Senate comes into the first couple weeks of the Senate and says that, yes, these are the priorities of the student body, the financial priorities, we need to fund this. I don't, how do you do that? Sorry. No, it's not. I'm just making a statement, sorry. So I'm having confusion on this, and so if you fail it, you can rewrite one, I guess, and that takes time. And that's a fine argument to make, but if you just pass it because that's what last year's Senate does, I don't think you're giving a due deference to these policies. So I kind of struggle with this bill. I think policies should be policies until we do demolish. That being said, it is precedent in the bylaws already to have this renewing process, so I'm kind of conflicted on how we do that. With that, I'll leave it.
Senator Voss.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just, the senators that weren't here last week, there was a quorum issue, and so I had moved to table the bill just in case there was one member that would vote no on the bill to kill the entire bill. Generally, we didn't think of it as a very contentious issue. It was more so caution on, I guess, my part, and other senators who agreed with the tabling of the bill. And so with that, I yield.
Senator Meade.
May I direct a question to Senator Kinsler? All right, I just want to make sure, because I think some people are confused, including myself. So by making them renewable, would it just be, I guess, putting rules to what we already do, where we say we're going to reuse this policy, or is it they automatically renew at the beginning of every term?
They automatically expire, then Senate at the first meeting has to say whether or not they're going to renew them. And traditionally, that has not been done, other than this Senate during the first session, it was done for the first time. And that was simply because of the fact that, yes, while it's a good idea to maybe have policies be around until they are abolished, the simple fact is, with the high turnover, nobody knows what those policies are. And so we end up 5 years down the road under a policy that nobody knew about, and then we have to go back and see what the policy said, and half the time we're not following it anyway. So this just creates accountability for every Senate to know exactly what rules they're playing the game by.
So this forces us to vote on every policy that expired at the end of last term at the beginning of the next term?
Yes. Not us, the new Senate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're automatically carrying over. We have to vote on them. This is just forcing us to vote on them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kinsler.
Yeah, I had something. Briefly to touch on Senator Penn's point, because I think it is a very valid point. Even if even if you reject the consistency argument that that it was the intent of the original bill that passed, and we're just fixing something that was overlooked. As I just addressed with Senator Nee, the problem is the fact that we do not remember these. And while it may not be that the Senate that's coming in has the best knowledge of what these policies are or why they're in place, there's always some turnover from year to year, and that's not only the responsibility of those senators who are coming back, but also the senators that are leaving. I know regardless of if I had won my seat this past election or not, it was still my intention to stick around and at least help Senate through the process of why these policies were passed and whether or not they thought they were a good idea. And so I think it is important that Senate looks at them every year because it lets them know exactly what they're planning, what the rules are of Senate, and ask me questions if they're unsure about what the policies are. That's the perfect time to ask those questions because if you find out, in the middle of October that there's this policy that exists, well, who are you going to ask? Chances are that a lot of the senators that were here last year who are not in this room have either graduated or you have no idea who they are, so you have no idea who to ask. So yeah, just keep that.
Vice Speaker Snow?
Thank you. To tail end off of Senator Kensler there regarding Senator Fitton. Senator Fitton asked, how can a new senator vote on a policy they may not know anything about? And I agree with Senator Kensler, that is a good question. But I look around the room here and I see several senators who have less than 3 meetings under their belt. And we just passed what may be the most important piece of legislation that we will pass this semester. So when you ask us, how does a new senator vote on the computer usage policy? I say simple. The same way a new senator votes on cutting $35,000 from our budget and removing something that's been institutional for the past at least decade. I think that if a senator has been elected or appointed by their constituency council, that they are intelligent enough that we can trust them to do what we do, to debate, to ask questions, and inform themselves before they vote. There was an original idea behind the policy in the first place that people who were reelected can come back and tell them why this is why we did this. They can choose to agree with it or not. They can debate. They can vote up or down. The whole idea behind this, and you said you weren't a senator. The reason that we did this in the first place is I and Senator Kensler, Senator Johnson, everybody has said a few times now is that we were operating under policies that we had no idea about. And up till the passage of the original bylaw bill, we probably still were. Senator Kempson went back at least a decade and found several that we struck down because they were archaic, and a couple of them were stupid. One of them was the logo that didn't have a logo. That's laughable. But what about our records only go back to the late 90s or so, mid-90s maybe. What about all the policies that were passed before that? We have no idea. And if we did something in contravention to a policy that was standing, somebody could make an issue of that. And that's just sloppy. It's amateurish. It's not something we should do as a parliamentary body. And we are so special. So I think this is just a professional, this is a house cleaning kind of thing. And like I said, I don't think this is contentious. For those who have questions, I hope that answers. I don't mean to beat the dead horse. If you're going to be playing a drinking game, take a shot. I go with you. To me, this makes sense.
Speaker Williams?
Really fast, I guess bail on what they were saying. Also, our policies, or our bylaws supersede our policies, and so this kind of helps with people not making things policies that almost have kind of the same weight as a bylaw if it's not renewed or people don't know about it. And also, like Senator Kempler said, it kind of shows you how to play the game, or what rules you're playing by, which I find very important because just like our finance priorities, I suppose, it's almost like a commitment of us in the beginning to say, this is what we're going to amendment, Senator Johnson brought up that the election, well, when you listed them, there were ones that were left out, and so in the last enacted clause, it also lists out the bills as well, and so just to stay consistent, I'm going to propose the amendment to change the last amendment, or enacted clause to apply to codified policy bills, like we said, before, just to stay consistent with that, so.
Been moved and seconded to amend the overall bill, the last enacted clause.
I will object temporarily, because I'd like to see this.
To change the last enacted clause to state that this change take effect immediately and to apply to all codified policy bills.
We're on discussion of the amendment. Senator Dean, do you want to discuss the amendment? Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Question.
Okay.
Second.
Question has been called and seconded on the amendment. UC has also been called. Is there any objection? Unanimous consent. Amendment passes. Now back on discussion of the bill as a whole. Speaker Williams is still the floor. Senator Johnson.
Go ahead and move me down. I don't know.
Senator Fitton. Senator Dean.
I'll talk. All right, so I think this is a good idea, but I'm just a little unsure of where it's going to apply. Policies are supposed to be temporary measures. So if we make a policy, it's temporarily affecting us for our term. If we want to make it permanent to affect future senates, we make it a bylaw. So I'm a little unsure of why. Someone give me a good example of why this would be better than making it a bylaw? Like if we want to make a policy that is voted on by the next Senate before they are ruled by it, why not just make it a bylaw, and if they don't like it, they'll strike it down? Why make this rolling over? If we made all of our rules that they have to vote on these rules at the beginning of every Senate, that would be a huge burden to the Senate. At the beginning of every Senate, they have to vote on every single rule or every single policy we have. Yeah, so that's my point. So someone or people feel free to enlighten me.
Senator Kinsley.
I think the fact, or the statement that it's a burden on the incoming Senate, I don't think that's actual fact. If I remember correctly, at the beginning of this session, the bill came up, we voted on 4 policies that maybe took 10 minutes, if that. It was a simple, vote yes, be like this. Well, there was no amendment possible. You either just accepted the policy as is, or you rejected it. And so I think it just goes back, unless I'm misunderstanding your question, policies already, before this was implemented, policies automatically renewed as if they were bylaws. And by your own account, I think you would agree that policies should be temporary. And this was actually changing it from more of a permanent status until, taken out, like bylaws would have to be, voted out. It moved it from that status to a simple, yes or no vote. Is this going to be what this Senate's going to agree to? So,
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yep.
Senator Johnson.
Just to briefly elaborate on that. Well, first of all, to Harry, I don't think it's really fair to be taking upcoming bills into account. That's kind of germane. And there are SL bills beyond PNC, so I don't think that means that SL bills shouldn't be included in here. Although I see your concern.
Just for that, a lot of what we've been doing is pointing at certain senators when we're speaking, and that's really not in order during that meeting. Not for you, it just happened.
Okay,
Again,
that's fine.
sorry, but just for future reference.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was kind of fun.
No, not
Okay.
directing toward
Okay.
a certain senator.
Okay. For that. And just sort of going off what we were talking about. I think there's obviously a pretty big difference between saying, oh, they could strike down the bylaws if they don't like it, versus being like, oh, we don't like this policy, we'll allow it to expire. That's not really super comfortable. And that's what's without renewing these, there really is a big difference between policies and bylaws, except that people don't know the policies exist. So, I don't know, that's my reasoning for saying this.
Senator Fitton.
I was going to say, where, excuse me.
Second.
Questions and proposals? Should vote. This requires 2/3 of total seated senators, so 27 votes to pass. Abbas,
Yes.
Agruwa, Baker,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yeah.
Benzoni,
Yes.
Black, yes, Breitbart,
Yes.
Birch, Doherty,
Yes.
Canisius, Pincik,
Yes.
Fitton,
Same.
Granadrova, yes, Johnson,
Yes.
Kaufman,
Yes.
Kensler,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Mead,
Yes.
Lang,
Yes.
Lautner,
Yes.
Lund,
Yes.
Earl,
Yes.
Nygaard, yes, Osborne, Parkinson,
Yep.
Peterson,
Yes.
Blankenberg, Schulte,
Yes.
Snell,
Yes.
Turhoff,
Yes.
Tripathi. Okay. Voss,
Yeah.
Wall,
Yes.
Williams? Yeah. Yes. Wolf?
Yes.
By a vote of 33 to 0 to 1, this passes. We're now on Senate Bill 2013-2-040B, increasing communication.
Title of increasing communication. At this time, I'd like to move to table this bill indefinitely.
Second.
Am I allowed to explain that? Yes, I can explain it. Basically, as we talked about before, there was not a lot of agreement for this bill. This isn't necessarily, I don't think, the best way to go about accomplishing this purpose. I and other people are still working on a better bill, and if that comes up in the future, then I will be sure to bring that. But if it's not on the agenda tonight, regardless, either way, this bill isn't the best way to do it. So it seems like the best thing to do.
Is there any further, Senator Voss?
I was going to call the question on the motion.
Second.
Okay, question has been called and seconded to table this bill and postpone it indefinitely, is that what you said?
Yes.
UC has also been called. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Motion carries. Now on Senate Order 2013-2-048SL, priorities of financial legislation.
13-2-048SL, titled Priorities of Financial Legislation.
Vice Speaker Snow.
All right. Senator Fitton, would you care to tell us about your intent with this? I mean, you're on the finance committee. A lot has happened in the last week or two since this has come up, right? We've had some discussions with finance committees. Would you care to perhaps shed some light on how you still feel about this bill? If you wish to change it in light of some of the recent developments? And I'd also like to hear from other members of the finance committee as well, because there's a lot been going on with respect to this. And I'd like to know if you still feel this is relevant, or if it needs to be tweaked, or what. Whoever the chair will let me know.
Is there a finance committee member who would like to speak on this? Senator Voss.
Yes, I was going to say that the first line of questions for Kyrie, or Senator Fitton, correct?
As the original author, that's fine.
Okay.
That would be great.
Except one point of information, I'm sorry.
Senator Fitton.
I guess, I apologize to someone, I'm just not planning to go first. I think context of the evening doesn't make me entirely able to communicate well right now. But to speak on a little bit on the bill, I believe there is some relevance still to hashing this out, and I guess as a matter of time, Senate can debate whether that's necessary. The questions to relevance right now is whether, because finance will be redoing its restructuring the way we fund and how we fund, hopefully we'll be doing that within the coming weeks, actually. Hopefully before we leave for Christmas break, winter break, it'll be restructured. I still think it's important though, to what we do within the next month. Some of the discretionary is very low right now. There's actually bills on the potential on the agenda that's surpassing what we have in discretionary right now. And I think it would be important, possibly important, and set precedent for what we do in finance committee to hash out really where our priorities are in funding, given the shortage of funds. If you have specific questions about the tiers or about the finance process, I guess, and what we'll be doing to restructure, I'll be more than willing to answer those. I think it could be fairly stated that this really isn't worth our time tonight, and I'd be open to that discussion. Are you?
Senator Boss.
Oh, could you put me down, please?
Okay. Senator Doherty.
Yes, if I may direct a question towards Senator Fitton. You said that the Finance Committee will be looking at ways to restructure. I was wondering if that's probably going to influence your philosophy on funding a little bit. Would it be more wise to have conversations outside of the meetings here in order to move forward with this instead of having a formalized debate where you're kind of in a situation to make a decision? Do you think it'd probably be a better idea to kind of give this a little bit more time? I know it was said in previous meetings that this is a good bill to pass, or this is a good bill to talk about, but it doesn't really have a time limit as of right now. So would you want to see it a little bit more discussed outside of these meetings?
I think the half dozen or so or more, those that have left finance committee with no bias or contrary points to that motion, I think it is relevant. I think having enough discussions or failed to have enough discussions, that I think that's really the reason I originally brought it here. As a matter of time, if you'll remember about a month ago, we gave a basic policy statement. I wanted this to happen this week. And so that was the previous statements on time constraints were with regards to that statement for us. So November 1st, I think we should have a bill at this time. And so whether you think that's legitimate, if I'm just playing to my own ego, or if this is really worth the time once again, you can hash that out. But I think it does make some significance at the current time.
Senator Walsh.
Thanks. I would just like to say that, Finance Director Adisi kind of spoke in open forum or whatever it was, during his report, I guess, a little bit about, the priorities, criteria, and the overall, the funding system on that, overall, the brainstorming sessions and things like that we've been working on. There's some really exciting things. It's just in the process right now, not a lot of details. But I think it would be beneficial personally to have this discussion outside of the Senate meeting, give it a little more time, as we are working on the funding process right now. I just don't really see a great point in passing something like this right at this moment. But
Senator Bauer.
May I address the question of Senator Fitton? I do think this is a good idea. I like how you set this up, so good work to you on that. I guess my question would be, who would be the deciding factor on where something would fall? If there's a conflict, finance committee is formed to where it falls, would the finance director be the final say on that, or would it have to be a vote of where something would fall when it comes to prioritizing?
To answer your question, this is discretion based, first and foremost because of the designations, and this is a lot of conversation we can have in the finance committee. But second of all, because this isn't binding. So.
Correct. Thanks.
Senator Kensler.
May I address the question to the primary author?
Yes.
He says, I think I tried to ask this or rules committee when it came through. Was it your intent with this bill to have it essentially as something that changes from year to year or more permanent?
I don't think person to answer to that, honestly. But
And then something else that just came to mind, and I haven't fully fleshed, came out with the thought quite yet, but when you said that these are priorities and these aren't findings, isn't it a policy?
it is also,
Policies are binding. Is it still, do you see policies as binding, I guess?
do I see policies as binding? Yes.
Okay, so, I yield.
Senator Finn.
Policies are binding in that the direction given by them, and you notice the last next clause states that the finance committee shall consider these funding priorities when executing their duties. So it will be binding in that finance committee will consider these priorities when they're funding.
Senator Brightburn.
I think in light of what Senator Walsh has said and Senator Fitton, I would move to table this 2 weeks.
It's been moved and seconded to table this bill for 2 weeks.
Point of information, Chair, are motions to table bills, are they amendable?
They are
debatable, but are they
They are
amendable?
not amendable.
Okay.
They are members.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, so now we're discussing that motion on the floor.
Great, thank you. With respect to the motion, I think postponing it is in order if you want to go that particular way. I go the other way too. I mean, I see Senator Fitton's point equally. So I don't think we can make a bad decision here tonight. However, with respect to the 2-week thing, I think that the hang-up, and Senators Voss and Walsh will probably agree, is that what they're hesitant on voting on this for will take longer than 2 weeks to flesh out, because they're doing a Chapter 11 rewrite, essentially. And a lot of the things that will come out of that will take longer. We'll probably see them in December on paper. Until then, it's just kind of ideas in our minds and the words we speak to each other. It's theory, so to speak. So postponing it isn't the problem for me here. I think the 2 weeks, however, kind of misses the mark, because if we're going to postpone it, we need to probably postpone it until December. But then the question is, do we want to wait that long? I mean, the session is almost over by then. And so I just want to throw that out there, and you all vote how you want to vote.
Senator Jordan.
Yes, I would be in favor of postponing it as well. At the time, it does concern me because I understand that the Chapter 11 rewrite can redo may be influenced by whether or not or how this is discussed, and so with both of those timelines in mind, I'd like to see this pass quick. That's a sad way. Same time, I'd like to see both of those kind of go hand in hand in determining how the finance committee works with this. So, in the benefit of the Senate as a whole, I'd like to see this debated more in finance committee, not debated, but discussed more, and then kind of a detailed report sent out. Because I know that not all of us can make the finance committee meetings, but I try to make it for these, and I can't always make it, but I want to hear what their entire thoughts are going into this, and have a little bit more reasoning behind each of these, so that we don't have to ask some questions over and over during the Senate meetings, and then allow them to kind of debate more in their own element. So I'd like to see some sort of report come from the finance committee that's a little bit more detailed in terms of their discussions of this, and that's all I'll say.
Senator Johnson?
May I address a question to Senator Walsh?
Sure.
When is that, so in line with what he was saying, are you planning to bring up this Chapter 11 rewrite in December then, or probably next session?
I would actually refer that question to Finance Director Adisky.
Well, I can't technically do that, but I'll address the question to that, if that's okay. Same thing.
Can you please repeat?
So are you planning to bring this Chapter 11 rewrite up within this session or sometime next spring?
The Chapter 11 rewrite, we should be completed by the end of the session.
Okay.
we may not vote on the funding system. Okay, so you need to separate Chapter 11 review from funding system rebid. Those are two separate things. We do Chapter 11 review every year, regardless of what the system changes or not. So we're doing Chapter 11 review right now. We're also simultaneously planning to revamp the funding system that GSB uses. Those are two separate things because regardless, Chapter 11 always gets going. It gets a once over by finance committee. And really it's more like a 15 times over. But nevertheless, those are two separate things. Chapter 11 overview, whatever we go through will be done for sure by Christmas. The funding system may not be voted in, but it should be completed by that time. But there will also be a time period of gaining input, as I mentioned earlier in my report. So I don't think that it would be voted on before Christmas, but I do think that there would be a plan that you could have tangible details of. As of right now, there is no tangible detailed plan, and I would not want to release it in this format because I don't think there's enough there yet.
So, how do you feel about this bill? Do you feel that we should be passing this bill as you're going to be coming up with the other ones that may make this irrelevant in a month or two? I mean, is this a bill that we should be discussing in your opinion?
I think that's for the Senate to decide. I don't think that's my call.
Okay, I guess I was just considering tabling for 1 week instead, but I'm not going to actually amend the motion because I have no idea how other people feel.
Senator Fitton?
Because of the timeline with everything considered, I feel we either do it tonight or we don't do it at all. So I think the 2 weeks is pretty arbitrary. It messes with it doesn't affect anything if we're doing it 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, especially since we only have about 5 meetings after this. Don't want to move the things too long. I'll yield.
Senator Burley?
I just threw that 2-week number out there, and just because I feel that tabling this is the best move. So I'm really open to another time if someone has got a better idea, but it doesn't look like anyone does. So I guess 2 weeks is gonna stand, and I guess I'll yield to Senator Voss.
I was gonna call the question.
Question has been called and seconded. So we're voting on whether or not we'll table this bill for 2 weeks. So if you want to, you'll vote yes. If you do not want to, you'll vote no. So please put your placards up for yes, who wants to table this for 2 weeks. Raise your hand. Down. Placards up for no. I vote, down, placards up for abstentions. Okay. That's an abstention. Oh, sorry.
No.
One abstention? Thanks. By a vote of 17 to 15 to 1, this bill will be tabled for 2 weeks. Now on Senate Bill. Senator Fitton.
I move to pick up from the table Senate Bill 2013-2-052F, funding survey.
Senate Bill 5-1. Was there a second?
Second. You see.
I'm just going to give it a shriek.
You see.
Is there any objection to UC? Motion carries. We're now on the first read of this bill. Senator Fitton, the floor is yours.
Insert Magazine, whereas SIR Magazine is the interest publication for Iowa State University, and whereas Ethos experienced communication and transition issues during the regular application process. Be it therefore enacted that $3,300 be allocated to SIR Magazine from the Senate discretionary account pursuant to the following budget. I will leave those questions of intent.
Senator Kinsler.
Your intent to explain what ethos has anything to do with it.
Yes. Sometimes when you copy and paste, you just,
Are there any further questions of intent? It's been moved and seconded to refer to Finance Committee. UC has been called. Is there any objection to UC? It is referred to Finance Committee. Now on Senate Bill 2013-2-053F, funding Model UN.
Title, funding ISU Model United Nations. Whereas ISU Model United Nations object has been increased membership from the past year to 20 members attending the conference, and whereas ISU Model United Nations has only been funded for 15 members to attend the conference, be therefore enacted that $727.52 be transferred from the Senate discretionary account to the ISU Model United Nations Club pursuant to the following budget. I didn't mention that group members here. They're already here. And I believe this has already gone through finance. Yes, perfect. And so with that, I'll take any other questions.
You're good.
Perfect, thank you.
Senate Order 2013-2-057SA, Billiards, is that supposed to be Billiards? Debt contract. Oh.
Title, debt contract with Billiards Club. Be it ordered that the attached contract between the government student body and the Billiards Club be created, and be it further ordered that the repaid principal will be placed in the Senate Organization Debt Reserve account, and such payments be placed in capital projects. I believe it is the intent to have the group here.
Next week, yes.
Next week, perfect, thank you. And the contract will be sent out. So you know, it's already sent out, so any questions with this?
Senator Pitt.
Is it the author's intent to explain the second closing clause?
Yes.
Are there any further questions of intent? Excellent. We're now in closing announcements. Senator.
Okay, this is just to refer to the bill we tabled for 2 weeks. So table for 2 weeks, let's make sure we get the most out of it, so that when we come in 2 weeks with that bill up, let's take some action and do it. I'm kind of so I'm gonna make sure I do my job, not be able to miss an early
Any other closing announcements? Senator Kinsler.
I just wanted to say real quick that overall the debate tonight was very impressive. I know this is going to be said by some other people. Anyway, and I feel like although the discussion went on for a very long time, everybody remained level-headed. There was no, I guess, disrespect being thrown around. And I feel like for the first time in a long time, the Senate was actually engaged in the debate, whether people were speaking or not, everybody was listening. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, and look forward to bringing this level of debate to future. I yield.
Senator Bauer.
Just a couple things. Reminder, next Tuesday is the elections, not for GSB, for city council, not confused. So be sure to vote if you're registered or you can register your names. Be an informed voter, just don't vote based on looks or like that. Outreach, if you did the safety walk, make sure you submit your prints for that. As promised, you will have to fill out the evaluation form for that. And then I'll be giving that to you, APD, so you know what's going on. Also, we heard from, I think it was Carrie, from installation anyway, about bell ringing, how no one has signed up. So, with my executive authority over the outreach program, you can get event points if you do volunteer to ring bells. during the holiday season. Just let me know that you're doing it. I assume everyone's going to be honest and not lie about volunteering for charity. So just let me know. And yeah, you'll get 15 points for it. It seems like a fun, easy way to kind of get back. So if you have any questions about that, just let me know. She did give the card out. All the sign-up information's on there. What the website to go to. So you can get all your points for that. And,
President Hughes.
I just wanted to say that I've been around Senate now since, my first meeting was September 1st, 2010. I'm old. I'm not very smell old, but I'm still old.
98.
I just want to say that the discussion we had on that bill tonight was out of probably, I don't think it's a probably, it definitely is the best debate I've ever seen in this body, on this floor. It was 2 hours of debate. I didn't really feel like we beat a dead horse too often, at least. Everybody had their own points to raise, everybody was responding. And I think the key point why that was the case was because so many of you came here with an open mind. And you sat down and you said, I want to hear the debate and discussion and I want to see if I can be influenced. And I think that too often, and I was guilty of this as a senator as well, too often I would come in and say, this is what I'm doing, and that's that. And we get that occasionally. We get bills when people go around and saying, everyone's already made up their mind. Well, ideally, when you come in, your mind is not made up, and you still at least have the ability to be persuaded, at least for a period of time, for a period of discussion. So I just thought that was very positive, and I hope that we can continue that. Did Kyrie say that? Kyrie heckled me last week about the Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals, and they just lost the World Series tonight, so I was going to comment about that. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Also, I wanted to comment that you just celebrated Boston's win. I just wanted to comment that this Sunday is the first men's basketball game of the season. It's an exhibition at Hilton, 5 p.m. It is an exhibition, but like I said, well, I'm not going to comment about the football team since this is a public forum, but go to the basketball game. And yeah, I thought we had a very great meeting tonight, and go Cyclones.
Dan, you have something? I can't.
Okay, so.
I have two things. One of them I was going to say at the end of the debate on the bill earlier, and I think that it's relevant to our work here. If the only thing you can find that GSB does differently than other organizations is that we spend $2 million, then I ask you to take another look at what we do. And you should seriously question that as the finance director, the person who signs off on almost all of that $2 million, is telling you that that's not all we do. So I'm asking you to re-investigate your own organization. I heard that earlier and it deeply troubled me. So while I do think that there was a good debate today, I also think that there were some things that we need to make sure that we're clear on with our own organization. We impact roughly 30,000 students. We could say there might be some that we don't. But regardless, I think that it's very important that we have that understanding of ourselves correct. So with that, beware of your assumptions. We come to GSB and we make a lot of them. And most of the time they're accurate. But make sure that you're questioning your own basis as well. So with that, go Cyclones.
Tomorrow in Harvard, there is a bake sale between 11 a.m. I believe and 4 p.m. For Greeks Go Green. So you should totally go check that out. It's $1 for a treat. $1. Everyone has $1. That's all I Vice Speaker
Okay. Okay. Yeah, with respect to what Senator Daughtry, aka George, with respect to what he said about, doing the homework on the finance bill that we just tabled for a couple weeks. That's absolutely true. I kind of mentioned this in my little book report that I sent everybody earlier, which I hope you all read. Most of the pictures, come on, guys. I said I've been attending the last, probably about a month's worth of straight of finance committee meetings now. And I attend finance committee meetings in the year, and usually, you hear how it's quiet right now? That's what it sounds like in a finance committee meeting. If somebody typing on a computer, everybody waiting for something to be done, everybody waiting for a motion, and then somebody would say like 3 words, and then there'd be 2 minutes of silence again. They ain't like that right now. These guys are getting along, they're having a good time, they're having conversations with each other about bills, things are getting discussed really well, and it's nice to go to a finance committee. I'm actually looking forward to it. And I think that's a big credit to Dan for his choices in the at-larges. It's a big credit to us for choosing our senators. We have a really good team right now. So, with that in mind, I really encourage you to make some finance committee meetings in the next few weeks if you possibly can, just to observe, ask some questions, really understand how the money moves, and you get a little insight on what is cooking with respect to funding revision. Like, I think Jim was absolutely right in saying this is now, right here is not the time to talk about it, but go to the finance committee and ask questions. That is the time to talk about it before. So our finance committee is great right now. In closing, to beat the dead horse, take a drink. In the immortal words of Coach Rhodes, I'm so proud to be your vice speaker tonight. This was a damn good meeting, guys. I mentioned this in my little book report too. The past couple meetings have been really good. The debate has been really solid. People really paid attention. I've seen people change their minds during the debate, stay open-minded, like Spencer said. I'm really excited to leave here tonight. And I'm happy because I feel like we're a good organization right now. And I know there's people who disagree with the outcome of some of the legislation tonight. For that, I apologize because those people are my friends. And so I have a bit of heartache for them personally with respect to how they must feel. But as an organization, we really shone tonight. And that was, I don't have enough good things to say. So be proud tonight, guys. And let's keep this kind of work, this kind of collegiality, this kind of discussion, debate, open-mindedness, all that good stuff going forward. Because this is a solid group. This is as good as a Senate I've ever seen.
Okay. I believe the reason why there's so many people saying it's such a good meeting is because there are many senators in this room that did their job and they did it well. They made sure that they knew what people, what their concerns were and all that. I think that's very important, and that touches on a few facts of go to your committee meetings, read the committee meeting minutes. That's where you'll get a lot of the discussion if you aren't able to go there. But if you are, please do. But it was really good, and please continue to do your job and do it well. It's very impressive, and some really cool things can happen when that happens. That also plays into the amendments that I requested. If you guys have, like a good forum or a way to do that where senators could give their amendments and everyone could see them and kind of do their job that way as well. That's something I'd really like to hear more discussion about, so please let me know. I'll try and have more conversations with you guys as well. Lastly, about the food crawl that was mentioned, I'm actually really excited about it. This is tomorrow. This is something that you guys have funded, and the Kingstown constituency is one of your constituencies as well. It's our first event, and I would say 4 years, maybe, something like that. But it should be really cool. It is free and open to all students, go figure, because you guys funded it. But it is, the businesses in Kingstown have been so generous in this whole process and have been so excited. It's like kept me and all the other Campus Town senators going on this whole thing. It's been quite a big project to put on, and it should be really cool. It's also providing an avenue for students who aren't 21 to kind of go into Campus Town as well. So this adheres to all of your constituents that probably will be in Campus Town considering this is Halloween, and so in that area, it's quite the area that's popular during this time of year. So please, if you can come, go to the Campus Town Student Association Facebook page. That's where you can register, just so we know how many people are coming, but it is free food, more than you could possibly eat, and at least $200, if not more, worth of gift cards that we're giving away to anyone and everybody. So, pretty sweet.
Quick question.
Sure.
It starts at 4. If I don't get out of class till 5, will there be like a live stream for you guys to beat?
So what we're doing, to kind of counteract that, a lot of the businesses are small as well in Giverstown, so we're not gonna have like 50 people go from place to place and overwhelm their business. What we're doing instead is, because people do have class, is we're starting at Arcadia. That's where you check in from your registration, and then we'll have one of us who are the Giverstown Student Association take about a group of 10 or 15 people, depending on how many people show up. So we have time slots that we're going through, like 4, 4:35, 5:30, and 6. And so it'll be groups of 10 to 15 people going through and getting samples, and you'll have somebody with you too, so you don't have to worry about the route or anything. You can just have a good time and eat and hang out with your friends. So that makes sense. All right. Any questions?
You can leave early, right? You're not-
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
And do you have to wear a costume?
I would love it if you actually, so if you do wear a costume, wearing like the best costume, probably like the best or the best to get like at least $25 in gift cards. So, and if there's not that many people dressing up, you have that. Also, there's t-shirts available, and we're randomly choosing 2 people from that do buy the t-shirts to get gift cards as well. So, like I said, businesses have been more than generous. So.